on me yesterday that a way to help with the fast talking and the English speaking was to put the updates on a slide. So better late than never, but for next year I'll remember. Not arranging them, but see that sheet if you are interested in sharing a taxi to the airport. Please take your posters, your lovely posters, down at lunchtime today. Also, Simrad has asked to give a presentation, so we're going to put that at the beginning of lunch. If you'd like to stick around for it, you'd be very welcome, but if you already have lunch plans, feel free to stick to your lunch plans, but that will be the first 15 minutes of the lunch break today. Also, for all of the remaining presenters for the day, if you can come see me at the beginning of the coffee break, I'm hoping to get all of your presentations at the beginning of the coffee break for the rest of the day. A reminder from the hotel that the checkout is at 11 a.m. and they will store your luggage for you in the reception. I just wanted to also mention that all of the talks are going to be, except for the people who've spoken to me about not wanting them to be online, the talks are all going to be on the SharePoint site. So if you'd like to go back and look at those will be available. And again, if you don't want yours, let me know. We're also going to make a folder for the posters. So if you'd like to convert your poster to a PDF, you can add it there. You can also send it to me and I can add it if you'd like. Also, Anto has made a group repository for photos. So I will be adding all of the group photos and all of our trip photos all there. Feel free to add yours as well if you'd like. And he sent out a link for that. If you're not on the mailing list, also go see Anto if you don't know who he is. He's the one texting. See him. He's the person to see about getting on the mailing list. Also, there's people who've asked about becoming a member who might not be, or if you're interested, there's a whole section on the website about how to become a member. And then also, we had a lot of voting, a lot of discussion today, decisions that are made and things that are going to be changed. We'll be emailing you so you're aware of everything going on, and then we'll also be including that in the meeting report, which should be in the coming months. So stay tuned for a meeting report, which will summarize the whole week. So those are my morning updates. I'm going to pass over to Jon to start off the business section. These are all of the proposals.
Okay.
At the top.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you had a good night last night. So we're going to kick off with the proposals for new topic groups. I will go first. Just so you can be ready, Antonello, you can go second so you can follow me for your presentation. Okay. I'm having trouble. Can we have the mouse? Can we have the mouse? That.
While he's doing that, did anyone lose a glasses case? Okay, it'll be up here.
Anybody print out Theology of the History of Sicily? Anybody want to know about history?
Okay, so I think we're ready. Everyone hear me okay? So this, the name of this topic group, proposed topic group, is Means and Methods for the Implementation of the FAO Voluntary Guidelines for the Marking of Fishing Gear. We have a long list of conveners. We have myself, Kelsey, and Amparo from FAO, and FAO consultants, Harry, Pingo, Antonello, and also Ricardo. I just want to say, for me, the meaning of conveners is a little bit confusing. I think the conveners should be like the leaders. What we seem to be developing is a list of people that are contributing. So maybe this will change and we'll have one or two conveners which will be the focal points. And this will be an FAO-led group, so the main convener will be an FAO staff member, either myself or Amparo, or full-time consultant Kelsey, with a co-convener from one of our senior consultants. Who does what will depend on our work programs. Okay, so the FAO voluntary guidelines on the marking of fishing gear, and you all know the story. Following requests from Kofi, the voluntary guidelines were developed and published in 2019. And the objective of gear marking is to provide a link to the owner, promote responsible ownership and usage, and it's also a tool to fight IUU fishing. And then following that, we had one forward-looking RFMO, the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, and they requested that we develop guidelines for the operationalization of the voluntary guidelines in the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission in 2022. Unfortunately, that hasn't transpired into a conservation measure, a management measure as yet, because actually they're waiting to see what happens under MARPOL, and we talk about that a little bit later. So then we had a flurry of activity in 2023. The guidelines provided for the production of 2 supplements, one for risk assessment and another one on the manual marking of fishing gear. But we still have a lot of challenges. There's a lack of global uptake and awareness. There's the impending global obligation under MARPOL Annex 5. Many developing countries are still to implement even complete vessel registration systems, which makes it quite difficult. It's quite fundamental to a system of gear marking. So we have to remember that gear marking isn't just a physical mark. They have to need a system behind that for it to work. And it's not just a developing country issue. You have developing countries that have regulations, but regulation alone isn't enough. They're quite often not implemented. For example, the EU has had gear marking since 2009, with the regulation, the control regulation 1224, 2009. But I was actually a fisheries inspector for the EU for 6 years, 2010, 2016, and I never come across any static gear that was effectively marked. And we're not talking about surface marker buoys at the end, we're talking about marking of the gears at regular interviews along the foot rope or the head rope of gill nets or the main line of long lines. So what will the term of reference look like? So we can compile a data on the current status of requirements and implementation of fishing gear marking in countries, regions represented by topic group members. As a minimum, we would hope to do more. We'll review and identify fishing gears with a greater likelihood of becoming ALDFG and higher adverse environmental impacts, and provide recommendations for prioritizing gear marking for methods for these higher risk gears. We'll compile results from gear marking trials where available. We will develop methodology recommendations for effectively testing new fishing gear mark designs, and we'll identify current gear marking registry practices and develop recommendations for the development of gear marking registries. So more clearly, the outputs would be a ranking of gear types to prioritize for fishing gear marking, recommendations on low and high-tech marking solutions for identified priority gear types, which can be, obviously the low tech would be more useful for developing countries. Some of the developed countries might want something a bit more high tech. A set of recommendations for testing methodologies for fishing gear marks, so countries can run their own trials, effective trials, and recommendations for establishing a gear marking registry. And the duration would be 3 years, 2026 to 2028. And I should also end with a note that this proposal was a recommendation of the current ALDFG terms of reference 3. The working group should establish a dedicated topic group tasked with analysing the most effective methods for marking different gear types. And then I leave it at that. I take any questions. I also give opportunity for the rest of the conveners to add anything if I missed anything. Anto, Hallie, Pingo, Kelsey, you want to add anything? No, all good. Any questions?
John, can I add some context just real quick, just
Yeah.
to give some background? So John's going to be leading the presentation of the different topic groups that have been proposed for the coming years. So we've got ALDFG and the indicators wrapping up. So multi-use has its final year next year. So we're looking to see which topic groups we want to have in 2026 and going forward. So you're about to get presentations from all of the people who put together a proposal for a topic group going forward. So John's going to present those, and then we'll actually vote on them in the end to decide the topic groups we want to have going forward for the next cycle. Just a little context there.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Noëlle. So I invite Antonello to the floor to present vessel and gear characterization towards a global framework for impact estimation and efficacy on trawl fisheries. Again.
It's only one slide.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, it's only one slide. So this is a topic group that is a follow-up of the focus session this year. The topic group proposal is a vessel and gear characterization towards a global framework for impact estimation and efficiency for trawl fisheries, GIFT. So these are this is the list of the convener for the moment, but likewise the LDFG, this is people that are interested in the topic group can be the convener, the main convener can be shorter, the list can be shorter. So the term of reference is review and summarize research knowledge and application of vessel and gear performance. Discuss the uncertainties inherent in ways that the trawl fishery interact with marine sediments. And understand how gear performance is influenced by fishing ground and operation. A nice presentation during the focus session from Nurul. So we included this bullet to have more discussion in the topic group. The fourth bullet is actually something that I added because I wanted to propose a focus session, but then I decided maybe it can be a term for a topic group, share tools for assessing gear performance, energy use intensity. This energy use intensity means not only fuel consumption, but then also catch and emissions. Create a framework for reporting of vessel, gear parameters, and performance to facilitate future innovation. This is a framework that can facilitate a global data collection of gear characterization and performance. So I don't have the output for this, but we discussed this during the focus session last days. So happy to respond to questions. This is a 3 years topic group.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Hallie. Not Hallie, Antonello. Wrong consultant. Then we next, Peiki, next up is the FLOMO experiments in demersal fisheries. Is Peiki here? Peiki, yeah, he's at the back. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Well, I decided not to give a presentation on the work we did with FLOMO this year, but we are currently doing a lot, so I will give you a slight heads up what might come next year, but also an invitation to maybe participate if you feel like it and if you want to do some FLOMO experiments. The Flomo, well, most of you know it's just a plastic bag with nice holes in it, and you can improve fish quality. You can improve survivability after you discard some fish. And it may have some benefits for selectivity in some trolls. So currently, we have 4 projects on the Flomo running. One in the beam trial for sole. It's actually 2 projects, those. We will do more survival experiments. We will work on selectivity. We might do some work with separation panels to see whether we can separate species on behavior inside the Flomo. We will try to develop a Flomo for a twin rig autotroll for place targeting. So that's specialized to larger holes. Can we catch place just selective? And then we just got confirmation that we got a project granted on a Flomo for brown shrimp, and we really target try to reduce the bycatch of undersized shrimp and flatfish in the brown shrimp fisheries, and we will do a pelagic trawl design to improve welfare. So in one of those projects, we actually got a task to develop an informal international working group on the Flomo system. The idea is to actually share the knowledge we have, and especially with other researchers, other countries, to see what is your experiments, what mistakes have you done, what mistakes are we doing, and how can we prevent that you're doing the same mistake. Well, this is an open invitation to please, if you would like to join this working group, it's only online, it's low-key, but we mainly want to invite people who are actually going to work or are working with Flomo or similar systems. So we can actually share. It would be nice if you participate, you actually bring also something, not only gain. So the idea is to, well, have this informal working group for about a year, and then maybe next FTFB we can present the results maybe in a focus session. If we have a focus session on flow modifications, reduced water flows, how you can use it in trawls to maybe have better survival or selectivity. And maybe next year I can give a couple of presentations on those. And maybe other people who are in this group as well. So during the year we share knowledge, and then maybe at next FTFB we're going to present what we found or not. So if anybody wants to participate, please send me an email. Well, what we have done so far, I just give a couple of pictures. We were looking in, can we gain more practical experiments with Flomo experience? Does it wear down? Where does it break? How can it sustain in the fishery? We took it down in the worst fishery you can get to destroy gear. And it's doing okay so far. We're doing more survival experiments. And we have been assessing the selectivity of Flomo. Here you can see 3 cod-end covers around the Flomo to see what's actually really escaping from the holes. Quick picture, there is actually fish escaping from a Flomo here. But next year I'm going to tell you what's the selectivity. We're doing fish quality experiments. Is the quality really better? So if you're interested, send me an email. And if not, I will tell you next year.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got a bit of a clarification to make. There's a little bit of confusion. This was actually a focus session. We do have, for next year, we have potential 4 topic groups. We have the multi-use, which is carrying over. We have the proposal for gear marking, which I've just presented. We have Anto's fueler fishing, which he's presented. And next up, we'll have Steve, who's going to present on gear switching. And then we have 2 focus sessions. Pikey's just presented his, and then we have Jasper and Mattis's fails. Okay? I hope that's clear. Why is that not there?
Building resilience and future-proofing.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Okay. That's the one?
That's the one.
There you go.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. I hope we're fitting well after last night's revelry. I know a few of my fellow countrymen are a little bit dusty this morning, is the term we would use. But anyway, so I had a go at this earlier in the week, of course, so I will be brief. Topic group proposal about building resilience and future-proofing commercial fisheries. A few conveners to help guide the process, my Irish friends and Jordan as well, and my Australian friend, I should point out. So between us, we would like to propose this topic group, 3-year topic group, which is really about trying to explore ways of doing things better. And I think we all appreciate, particularly after what we've heard this week, fisheries around the globe are under tremendous stress. There are no end of stressors, if you like, on fisheries, from climate change to spatial squeeze, high fuel prices, cheap imports, the list goes on, and ageing crew. And it's my opinion that we are at a fairly important point in commercial fisheries. Certainly in Australia, I see the ageing of the fleet being a tremendous risk. Most skippers are around my age or older. When they term out, who's going to fill the void? There's not a lot of young people coming into the game. What do we do? Are we looking at, we've got an entire seafood industry built on a fishing industry that's got an ageing fleet, boats, people, and no succession plan. And so I'm a bit concerned. And then you add all the other stressors as well. So what I'm proposing is that we, over 3 years, identify, review and characterise impediments, threats and opportunities. And I've proposed how these activities may occur over the next 3 years, but Jordan and I have already had a conversation and may just flip things around a bit. Identify, review and characterise fisheries working towards or deemed to have overcome such threats, and identify commonalities. So if there are fisheries that have really addressed their problems and are moving forward and are being recognised for it, what can we learn from those fisheries, and what can we take from those fisheries and bring to the others and help guide them to move forward in a similar way? Identify other discipline areas deemed to provide insight into building resilience in commercial fisheries. So, we are a fairly small community in a global sense. There are a lot of other discipline areas, there are a lot of other working groups, and others who potentially have valuable insight that we could learn from, and even from other industries that have been down this similar pathway. Primary industries in my country have gone through a number of stresses over the years. Some are moving forward and doing great things. What can we learn from those industries that we might apply in a commercial fishery? So identify those people, seek opportunities to bring them in, particularly out of session, webinars, meetings, other things, and then towards the end to apply some novel thinking and, where possible, an evidence-based approach to identify potential best practice guidelines. So basically trying to bring it all together over 3 years, what works and what doesn't, and provide a roadmap that fisheries elsewhere can use to move forward and hopefully build resilience in their fleet and to future-proof them. And that may not necessarily mean use the same gear, it may mean gear switching. So that's something to think about as well. So the outcomes, guidelines and prioritised next steps or roadmap aligned to the ICES science plan that helps guide and foster a culture of innovation and best practice in the fishing industry, and hopefully results in a more informed fisheries community that is increasingly forward-looking, focused, agile and inspired to meet future challenges. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much. Happy to answer any questions or comments from my co-conveners.
Thanks, Steve, for a fantastic presentation. It's very well put together. You can see Steve's on fire this year. I think he's showed you guys the way how to do it next year. Okay, so that's the last of the topic groups. As we say, we've also got multi-use, but that continues. I think we're going to go and vote on the different proposals, but before we do, we've got one more focus session to present, and that's Jasper Matthias, who's presenting on the fails. Are you coming? I've got here. Yeah. So I can take this other pen drive out, the USB, I can just take it out.
It was too much fun last night to prepare it then, so.
Where are you?
Yeah, I feel sorry.
Sorry? Thursday. Yeah. That's okay. Okay.
So yeah, we did a small experiment yesterday on the fails and lessons learned, because it's not just fails, right? We want to give more than just funny stuff to you, also things that we can learn from, maybe use in the future, or think on how to improve it for others. So this morning I skipped breakfast and made a short presentation. So there's a lot of dedication to the focus session. But actually 63% of all of you stuck with us from the beginning of the session to the end in Menti and replied all the way through. It turned out 75% of the people here had quite a lot of fails in their backpack, so I expect a lot of presentations of you last year. A lot. And in general, it seemed it was mostly frustrating for having all these things that don't work. But I had some favorite replies in there, especially this one. This was on the first question, I think, so. Anto was out pretty quickly. And then we had this question from Hendrik about the non-invasive stimuli to elicit a fast start response. And they're like this one, Taylor Swift. I bet they would dig deeper, maybe in the sand, but yeah. And then from our Australian friends here, I got a really nice comment that we should take the politics out of fishing and start doing real science again. Whether or not there's a hidden agenda. And I like that, and I bet there's lots of discussions we can do on how to do this or what our role is, but I just want to put it out there. So thanks for that, Aussie Fishers. And then the last slide was, I think we have to do it again, based on these results. So me and Matthias will be there. If again you have any idea on how to do this, just send us an email. We'd love the input, so see you again next year.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think now we have to vote, or at least give approval. If we take the topic groups first, and just a reminder on the differentiation between topic groups and the focus groups. The topic groups work outside of plenary, and they should be very busy all year. The focus sessions are like a group of similar presentations that are conducted in plenary. So the first of the day was gear marking, presented by myself. Any comments, any further comments, questions on gear marking? Do we have a show of approval? Yep, hands for approving. Okay, that's a lot of people. Anyone disapprove for any reason? Okay, so then we have Anto's fuel efficiency proposal. Any further questions? Anything you want to add on that, Anto? It's okay. Show of hands for approval. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody disapprove? I should probably do it that way first, to be honest. And yeah, and Steve's excellent presentation on gear switching, future resilience. Show of hands for approval. Fantastic. Anybody have any comments or disapproval? No. So I think, chairs, does that suffice the process? So next year we have 4 topic groups, which is a good number. I don't think we can handle any more, so that's really good. And then we move on to the focus session. Pikey's Flomo, is it Flomo? I can't remember now. His presentation on the focus session. I don't have the title, unfortunately. Any objection to that focus session presented by Pikey? No? Okay, so we assume that's approved. And the fail session presented by Jasper Matthias. Is that approval? Anybody disapprove? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we have 4 topic groups for next year and 2 focus sessions. Any further comments from the chairs? Did I miss anything? Anything you want to add?
I would just add that this is it. So no
Yeah.
proposals during the year.
Don't send us an email.
Don't send us an email asking for a focus session during the year. This is kind of the process. So we do it the year before for 2026. So if you have thoughts about a new topic group or focus session for 2027, be ready in 2026 to present that. But now this will be our agenda for next year. So just be right. Get on to it.
I wonder if we can change the meeting arrangement. We have a topic group in parallel one day.
Well, it might be 1 day, might be 2 days. It depends on how things shake out.
I don't know if we can keep this in plenary and have one day only, but discuss the topic group in plenary.
That's kind of why we have the presentations to sort of represent the topic groups, but you're thinking you want to have like a discussion?
Yeah, in plenary and give a priority to the abstract that are relevant for the topic. So, for example, it was the same when I was chair. We had a different session during the meeting, but give priority, and then we formed a different session, but give priority. So, try to explain people to present an abstract that is relevant for these 4 topics.
And we kind of do that a little bit this year too, right? Really good point.
Round of applause.
So we move on to 2026? Is that correct? It's on the stick, is it? 'Cause intro business sessions. Did you swap over his new
Are you doing, is it this one or are you
yeah,
this
no,
first?
is this the same? So we open up the one you just gave me, I think. The one, Steve, the one you just gave me?
It's- oh, this one, it's
That's a
this
read
one.
only.
It's the read only.
Is that the right one?
Yeah. Okay, so here's the good part. We get to talk about the next year's meeting in Cairns, Australia. A little bit of background. In accordance with FTFB 2024-26 resolution, under mutual agreement with ICES and FAO, FAO develops and leads a symposium of relevant topics while continuing ICES commitments with the core working group annual meeting business. Previous symposiums have been 2013 in Thailand, symposium entitled Impacts on Fishing on the Environment. In 2016, we had a mini symposium on the technology, development and sustainable fisheries. In 2019 in China, we had a symposium on responsible fishing technology for healthy ecosystems and a clean environment. And in 2023, we had a symposium on innovations in fishing technologies for sustainable and resilient fisheries. And the title we've chosen for 2026 Symposium in Cairns is Fishing Technology to Future-Proof Fisheries, Progress, Challenges and Needs. And at this stage, I'd like to express huge thanks to FRDC, the Australian Fisheries Research Development Corporation, in particular thanks to Steve Ayres, who's been working incredibly hard in the background to get everything in place to make this work. And myself and Steve will be working very closely, as we have been already, for the next 12 months, and also with the other chairs to make sure that the meeting next year is a great success. So. And a quick note to say that actually the next FAO year will be 2029. We have an expression of interest from Greece, but that's not confirmed. If any other countries are interested to host an FAO year, it's a few years ahead, but it's nice to look ahead, then do come and talk to me. Okay, so we have 9 session themes for the 2026 symposium, and they've been selected and designed to have something for both small-scale developing fisheries, but also larger-scale commercial fisheries, and they are as follows, and we hope that you'll agree that there's something there for everybody. So the first one is entitled Future-Proofing Commercial Fisheries in the Asian and Pacific Region. This will be progress, challenges and future needs, requiring technical and other innovations to ensure environmental, economic and social sustainability, so that all 3 pillars of the sustainability is covered. The next we have considerations, applications and implications of fish aggregating devices, otherwise known as FADs, in commercial fisheries. Presentations on anchored FADs, drifting FADs, artificial reef FADs and other artificial structures will be welcome, and designs involving environmentally friendly materials are of specific interest. Now, I'm aware that a lot of people in this group probably never worked with FADs, so that we'd be looking to bring people from other regions where FADs are more frequently used and more important. And of course, they're very important for small-scale fisheries, but if you're talking about the drifting FADs, which have the bad reputation or the worst reputation, they're seriously commercial fisheries. So then we have bycatch for reduction of endangered, threatened and protected species in static gears. So innovation technologies and their application addressing ETP bycatch in static gear fisheries, including application of electronic monitoring technologies to monitor levels of bycatch and solutions for small-scale vessels of particular interest. We have a second one on bycatch, which is more general in nature. So bycatch reduction in mobile gears, innovative technologies and approaches addressing bycatch beyond cod end modification in mobile gear fisheries, including the application of electronic monitoring technologies to monitor levels of bycatch. These could probably be merged, depends on what we get back, but for the moment I like to keep them separately to see what we get, especially in terms of the static gear. Marine plastic pollution from fisheries. Here we will have developments, innovation technologies and approaches to prevent and reduce plastic pollution of the marine environment with a focus on addressing abandoned, lost or otherwise discarded fishing gear and associated ghost fishing. This also includes the marking of fishing gear to a certain extent and development of ALVFG indicators to inform fisheries management policies and technologies enabling the development of a circular economy. Here we have technological advances in commercial fisheries. This is actually a catch-all. This probably should have gone at the end, but this would be whatever's heading our way in terms of technology innovations that are not included in other themes. And then I think this is quite interesting. We have small-scale fisheries versus industrial-scale fishing technologies. So what can small-scale fisheries learn from successful technologies adopted at industrial scale and vice versa? And then we have alternative energy sources and energy-saving technologies. This is the advances in adoption of alternative renewable energy resources and energy-saving technologies that can be used by fishing vessels, reducing reliance on fossil fuels. And then something quite new, we're going to have onboard safety at sea in the harbour. Why also in the harbour? Because a lot of accidents actually happen in the harbour. Innovative technologies contributing to the safety of fishing operations both at sea and in the harbour. Examples may include personal protection equipment, deck machinery, vessel access, loading, unloading gears, and vessel design, and also safety inspection technologies. So depending on the number and quality of the submissions, groups can also be merged or even dropped, so we can see. Now, bearing in mind that travelling to Australia is a big call for a lot of us. We want to get ourselves organised and put the call for abstracts up on the website early. We propose to do this by June. We've got a timeline set out there for the whole process, but rather than read out each step, we aim to approve abstracts for presentation before the end of the year and communicate those approvals. And I think that will help with people to organise their travel, put aside their budgets and buy a ticket at a reasonable price rather than leaving it for the last minute. And we hope that will encourage participation. Then we have a tentative schedule. We're going to talk a little bit more about the day of the week that she will start. We intend to have 2 days of the FAO symposium. There will be a day for a field trip, and there will be 2 days dedicated to normal business, which will be the topic groups and a normal working group business. And there's an add-on that Steve's developing entitled Commercial Fishing Industry Innovation Forum, an event for the catching sector and researchers. And Steve's going to tell us a bit more about that, and also a lot more about the venue, how to travel there, where we'll be staying, the parties that we'll be having, all these kind of things. So I'm going to leave it there and hand the floor to Steve. It's going to take us through the rest of the slides. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, John. And just to say, it'll be a real pleasure to host you next year down under. Having seen a few of you wear shorts this week, do something about the colour of your legs. You will stick out. Mike Breen, Paul Winger. In case you don't know where Cairns is, Queensland on the east coast, right up the very top. You can get a close-up, you can see Cairns. It's fairly close to the Great Barrier Reef, which is a reason for choosing it as a location. It does have a fairly modest fishing industry at this point in time, but importantly the reef is very close and the rainforests up the highlands are also very close as well. So a great location to, I think, to have an international meeting and to host you. And you know, there are lots of other things you can do outside of the meeting itself. To get there, long way away of course, if you can see that map, you can actually fly direct from places such as Japan, Taiwan, Singapore. If you can get yourself to those places, those are generally reasonably easy to get to from your part of the world. Then it's generally just a one-stop to Cairns. Or you can fly into Brisbane, Sydney or any of the other capital cities and go from there. So it's reasonably accessible. One of the good things about Cairns is it does have an international airport, and as I say, you can get to Japan and other places in Southeast Asia reasonably easily. This is the meeting venue, Crystal Brook Riley. It's on the Cairns waterfront. Well, it's across the road from the waterfront. It's less than 5 years old, and I've been there a couple of times and sussed it out, and it's a really nice place to have a meeting. And in fact, that image on the right, where that right-hand palm tree is, that building to the left is where we will be. So you won't be facing the swimming pool, because otherwise you'll be just too distracted, but you'll be facing the other way. But that's where you'll be, and those are the rooms. So it's all centred around a swimming pool, and it's a great place to socialise and swim and what have you. So this is what the place looks like. As I say, it's a fairly modern hotel. The rooms, if you're lucky and get on the right side, you get a view of the water and some of the islands or some of the headland around the other side. And it's a really cool place to meet. So you can see where Crystal Brook Riley is, and just so you know, the airport is only about 10 minutes away. Okay, 10-minute taxi or Uber, so it's pretty straightforward. No need to organise buses or anything, just lob up and grab yourself a taxi or an Uber and you'll be there in about 10 minutes. And Crystal Brook Riley is right in town, you know, along the waterfront in that area. There's lots of other hotels and pubs and clubs and restaurants and things, boats and what have you, so it's really very walkable city and easy to get around. I think I showed this last year just to give you a bit more of an insight. That's the yacht harbour. Further down is where the boats are, and where we will be staying is, if you just follow the water around to the right over this direction, that's where we are. So, you know, again, you can walk around the place very easily. very safe city and lots to see and do, and really nice place to be. As mentioned, there is a fishing fleet. It's dominated by prawn trawlers that work on the east coast and then around in the Gulf Carpentaria. There are some small-scale boats, longliners and a few others around as well. May is not really a good time for the prawn trawl fleet, particularly the Gulf fleet. If they have a good year, they'll be out fishing. Though if it's like this year, they'll be back early and we might get to see some of them, which would be handy. But just to say, there are some boats that we can go and check out. The climate. So come May, you see the minimum temperature around May time. Minimum average temperature is around 20 degrees Celsius or 68 Fahrenheit, and it gets up around 26, 27 degrees. So, t-shirts, shorts and thongs, that'll be the order for the day, with suntan, Mike Breen. And we don't expect much rain, and it's a really nice time of year to be in Cairns. So, some of you have already spoken to me about the animals that we have and the dangers of the animals. So I thought, let's go and find out and just see how dangerous the animals are in Australia. So I've managed to find this snippet of information. Over a 10-year period, 254 deaths from animals. Who can guess the most dangerous animal in Australia? Come on, have a go. Kangaroos. Seawater crocodiles. Horses. Horses. I couldn't believe it myself. Cows and dogs. So I don't think the likelihood of you encountering, you might encounter a dog, but unless you go to a farm somewhere, you're not going to encounter those animals. So I think you're going to be pretty safe. All right, so I'll leave it there. Happy to answer any questions or comments that you may have. Anything I've missed?
No, that's good. I think what we do is we can take it back to the symposium.
Yep.
Themes, at least. Yeah,
There we go.
just there.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Steve. That's really, really good and informative. So we just take it back to the symposium session themes. Does anybody have any comments or questions, any concerns? As I say, we've designed it so that there's something there for everyone. I know you haven't got the details of each theme there, but that will be going up on the website before the end of June, so you'll see the full details. But happy to take any comments now. One hand at the back.
No, it was just a question for number one. Is there a reason why we're just focusing on Asia-Pacific regions, or could it include everything?
Yes, we are, because it's a FAO Symposium year. We tend to focus on a particular region. It gives them an opportunity to do that. It was the last FAO year was in China. It was in India, so we focused on them. And then in China, we did something similar. We showed that area. So it's an opportunity for the hosts to focus a little bit on their region.
Georg here. So this is there's a lot of topics there in 2 days. Are you expecting to do this in a single plenary or breakout sessions, or sort of? I mean, how do you expect to cover so many diverse topics in such a short time?
So we have 2 days, and they will be in plenary. So it won't be India-style event where you don't get to see the actual symposium. So we've dedicated 2 days to the symposium, 2 days for normal business. So they'll all be in plenary. There is a lot of themes there, but in actual fact, what will happen is we'll receive abstracts, and then we'll decide how many we will have, and depending on the quality, maybe we even drop a theme. The bycatch ones, for example, could be merged into one, but I think 2 days gives us quite a reasonable time to do a number of presentations. Any further comments, questions?
So just a note, when you submit abstracts, we're going to try to make it easy to do, but there'll be a drop down, so you will be able to say whether or not you want to submit a talk to present in a plenary session in the parallel sessions, if you want to submit a talk in plenary related to a topic group or one of these categories or something else. So really pay attention when you're submitting your abstracts to go to that drop-down menu and select the one that you want. So that will be kind of how we do it. And as Jon said, if we don't get talks for some of these, then they'll kind of wash out. So look for that drop-down menu.
That will all be very clear on the website. He says confidently.
Yeah, just to add, there'll be one thing I forgot to put up. We'll also make a link available to you to check to see what visa requirements you need. Generally, it's pretty straightforward, pretty easy to get into the country, but it's obviously useful for you to check and just double check that you can get in, and it's not an onerous process.
Okay. So regarding the timeline, not a lot to say, but we will just get that going as soon as possible, and you can start thinking about it, hopefully before your summer break. Deadline would be October, so just keep that in mind. And then we go back to the schedule. So basically the question is, are there any objections to the proposed schedule as shown on the screen? We've put a lot of work into this as chairs. It's impossible to pick a set of dates that suit everybody. So the dates aren't really necessarily open for question. It's more if people are comfortable with that structure. So the Commercial Fishing Industry Innovation Forum that's been developed by Steve, that would start on the first day. That would be optional, but of course Steve's hoping that as many of you as possible will come to that. We're also mindful that for the majority of us, you will need 2 days travelling each side of the event. And for that reason, we haven't wanted to extend it any more days. We would love to, but I think it would be a bit unrealistic. So the question is there any major objection to the schedule as presented on the screen? We need to fix those dates. Steve has kind of a blocking on the hotel at the moment, which needs to be confirmed, and also you guys need to know exact dates so you can put them in the calendar and ask the relative persons with the budget strings to make that money available. Any objection? So I see no objection. We can take those dates as fixed. And I don't think there's anything more to say, unless the chairs have anything, other than to repeat our thanks to Steve for all his hard work. For those of you that will be the first time to Australia, I know you're going to love it, and the people that have been there before, they know that they will love it. So we look very much forward to seeing you all there. Thank you. Yep.
All right, so we're going to go into the topic group summaries. Valentina, we'll have you go first. So this is just a little 5-minute summary of what each topic group did, since we didn't get to attend all of them. Is this just this?
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. I don't have slides for once, but is it not? How do I show the document?
Is it? There's a Word document before on here. Let's see.
Just a second. Well, in the meanwhile, if you recall, we had the objective this year. It's our final year. We wanted concrete output, so we were putting together some guidelines on how we, as fisheries technologies, could provide advice, a more standardized advice on fishing gears specifications. So either a change in fishing gear configurations or a shift to a completely different fishing gear. And we did it. Now we will figure out how to show it to you. But we had a lot of discussions, and I feel like we landed on something that could work. Our next step then is to circulate this layout around to the people that were attending this year, but also to anyone else that want to try it and see if it can work in practice with their close-to-heart examples, so we can see if it's flexible enough to fit the needs of different basins, different frameworks of management, and so on. Shout out to all the experts that give us feedbacks and ideas before this year meeting, Dara, Antonello, Sonia, Tom Catchpole, to mention a few. I felt that this was very helpful to keep us on track and to keep us focused, because it's very easy, especially if you have a broad topic group, to have a lot of very cool discussion, but not to close it. So I think this year we were able to close it a bit more, and I'm super happy about it. Yeah? Then maybe we can show it. Yes? Yes. Thanks a lot. All right. Well, the idea is that we will have a summary on top, which defines the scope of the advice request, or of the change we expect with the modification. And then we had our winner, Annie's and Paco's visualization, if you recall it, with the bars that summarize the efficiency or performance of that gear. And we are thinking to take the route of having there the three pillars of sustainability, so ecological, economic, and social performance, taking information, combining information from a lot of the different indicators that we work with. Then we have fairly schematic but usual section, let's say. So we don't want to load this with a lot of text. So we want to have tick boxes as much as possible, define what we're using as the legal gears, define what's the fishing area, the fishery, etc. We discussed, do we put the full technical drawing, do we not put the full technical drawing, and we landed on a compromise. We put a schematic in the main document, just clarifying what are the key changes or the key features of the gear, and then we put the full technical drawing as an appendix for those that are able to process it. For a comment on operational gear description, so are we expecting a change in is there changes in operational requirements if you shift to that gear with respect to the vessel configurations, for example? So again, brief boxes where we limit the amount of text, but it's useful information to consider. And then we get into three of these groups of indicators. After a very long discussion, we decided to split it with some that are specifically linked to the scope of the study. Then some required performance indicators that should always be there because they have a direct effect on the economy. So it's the minimum information we need to have if we are considering that shift. And that would typically be our comfort zone, the catch performance indicators, where we look species by species for the main target and bycatch species, what's happening. And then we have a whole lot of other indicators of relevance. Some of them are quantitative, some of them are qualitative. We may want to split that into two groups as well. We are discussing it. And the idea there is to have a drop-down menu where people select those that they feel comfortable having information about or commenting on, and have that and represent that information to the managers. We will use color coding in this table, so we make it also visibly accessible if it's an improvement, if it's expected to stay similar, or if it's deterioration. And then finally, we tried also to think about our sibling topic groups. I did a question about, for example, if there's any risk of ghost fishing and any recommendation to minimize that, and as well if it's compatible with multi-use purposes. And the last one is a little bit of a flexible part, any particular recommendations, pros or cons that we want to highlight, as well as additional scientific information. And then we can have all our favorite plots back in the appendix. So we do include the scientific information for those that can process it. So this is the layout. The lovely topic group participants accepted to have a little bit of homework, so we're going to circulate this. I'm going to clean it a bit more. We're going to circulate it next week, and then they're going to try it with one of their cases. If some of you that were not at the topic group this year would like to do it as well, you're very welcome. Please send me an email. Okay, that's it for me.
Who's going to do the multi-use? Anyone? No? Okay, sorry. So you don't have a slide or anything, right?
Oh, I sent it to you, but it's okay.
Just now?
Yeah, sorry for the late. It's okay. So I thought, oh, maybe this time we're better prepared than Valentina, who didn't have slides. Turns out my slides are still sort of over there, and she had a nice document, which we don't have yet, but we're in year 2. We had about 25 participants this year, which was really nice. We had a focus on 2 apps. One was on participatory mapping from Elizabeth, on how small-scale fishers can use their, well, we also had a short presentation on it, how small-scale fishers can align or deline their areas on where they fish, which then can be used to inform the government on which areas should we maybe exclude for wind farms. And then we had Esther's app, which can show wind turbines in relation to fishing gear, and depending on what type of wind turbine you have, how much space is there in between, how far do the cables go. So it was really interesting to see, and we hope that both of these apps might in the future be available to use for people here through a link on the website or maybe through some open source. They're still working that out. Then we had a really interesting presentation also from Anna, who talked about mooring cables, cables of offshore wind, so how are they buried or protected, because there's still a lot of questions that we have about these cables in relation to fishing. I think it's fine by now. Noëlle, it's really short. Nah, it's okay. I think I've actually said most of the things. I want to thank our presenters again, also Chris and Elizabeth, and of course my co-topic conveners and the people who were there. Is there anything I missed? Yeah. Very important. On the last day we had a French representative of fishers who gave a really interesting talk, and we had lots of questions for him. He actually has fishers who go into a wind farm and what the impact of the wind farm was on these fishers, and how he got to leverage their entry into the park. So that was super interesting. We'll be writing more on that on the report, and we'll also invite the people to comment on the updated table, which is going to be in the SharePoint, or is in the SharePoint, and where people will be able to add stuff on how their country is doing or how their projects are going in related to fishing and offshore wind farms. So stay tuned for that email, and I hope to see a lot of you again next year. That was me.
All right, last but not least. So this is the ALDFG topic group, and we have 5 terms of reference to summarize in 5 minutes. So that's about a minute per terms of reference. But this is the last year of our topic group, as Amparo shared when she gave the opening presentation for this. So I'd like to start by thanking everyone who's been with us for either the whole term of the last 3 years or some portion of it. It's been really special to learn from everyone involved. So we'll start with a summary terms of reference by terms of reference. The way that we ran this is we had different sort of conveners for each of these terms of reference, just different facilitators. So I facilitated the first terms of reference, which is focused on reviewing and summarizing work to design and modify gears to reduce ghost fishing. So the focus on this is that inevitably ALD can occur, especially for some gears more than others. And when that does happen, what designs and what modifications can reduce the incidence of ALDFG? Mostly what our work focused on this year was the further development of a paper that we started last year that summarizes these technologies sort of broadly as they could apply to a variety of gears, and then focuses on a specific discussion of the different major gear types that these technologies apply to. In short, this is still a developing, still an emerging issue relative to sort of other fisheries issues. So some of that review involved essentially looking more broadly, so looking at technologies that are not specifically designed to reduce ghost fishing per se, but might be designed, for example, for selectivity or disabling a gear for various reasons after use, but could that have the potential to also reduce ghost fishing if it's lost? So stay tuned on that paper. We've made really good progress. We still have some work to go, but we'll conclude that in the coming months. If anyone is interested to provide review on that paper, please let me know, because we welcome expert review both on the technologies themselves as well as materials. So we looked really closely at degradable materials and the influence of degradability. The second term of reference was kindly run by Georg, and it really focused on circularity of gears and the potential for repurposing and recycling. And so the group kind of left with 2 main themes. One was around the importance of knowledge creation among stakeholders on this topic. So really highlighting the importance of understanding the issue and really focusing on the importance of understanding end-of-life fishing gear management as a key method for ALDFD prevention. So ironically, even though these gears are at their end of life, if we can responsibly manage them, then we can prevent them from becoming ALDFG. Talked about benefits of a circular value chain and particularly understanding human behavior and how this understanding of human behavior can support compliance with extended producer responsibility schemes, as well as the importance of facilitating waste collection and separation and making that just sort of commonplace and not something that is hard to exist. That group also really talked a lot about the influence of extended producer responsibility schemes for fishing gears, particularly as they're developing. Talked about the impetus on the producer, or the responsibility on the producer as the person at the point of sale and what that means sort of in the whole fishing gear value chain. The role of fishers and fleets within this extended end-of-life value chain, and the lack of sort of a summary available for an overview of a country basis. And then the third terms of reference was kindly led by Hallie. And the focus of this, just to share with you, there's a lot of work on the first and second years on this. The group really distilled the work and the discussions that happened over the first 2 years. And then for you all to know, stay tuned, because this group came out with a series of 4 recommendations that will go in the ICES report. So if anyone has any reservations about these recommendations, speak soon before that report is published in June. But these 4 primary recommendations, the first has to do with the recommendation for the topic group focusing on gear marking. So thank you all for not dissenting to that recommendation, and we've already approved the first of 4. The second one looks at supporting fisheries management to include gear marking regulations, as well as to rigorously enforce those regulations to ensure compliance, accountability, and effectiveness. The third focuses on research and the need for research to be carried out, including for cost-effective markings, marking technologies, and an emphasis on solution for targeted gear types, so particularly those at-risk gear types. I think we can all speak broadly, for instance, of gill nets and the need for that. And then the importance of outreach, so awareness raising. These voluntary guidelines, for example, were only published in 2019. The concept of fishing gear marking systems is still reasonably new, so we really need to improve awareness. Topic group 4 was led by Roger Larson, and that was initially had a focus on essential safety requirements to prevent a loss of fishing gear. After a lot of sort of debate and back and forth of what this practically meant and what could achieve value within this experience, his group that he led arrived at the development of a draft guidelines for avoiding the loss of fishing gear, and just wanting to highlight that this is really on the loss element, so not focusing on the abandonment, not focusing on the discard, but really focusing on how can you avoid losses. They've developed a draft, which we'd be happy to share with this group as it progresses, but that draft looks at a whole sort of variety of components, including gear identification and traceability, reporting and retrieval, incentive-based retrieval programs, interestingly, gear exclusion zones and habitat mapping, monitoring systems, and causes of losses, and sort of links all of these. So stay tuned for that guidelines publication. And then last but not least, inspired by Valentina and her working group, we recognize the value of indicators as informing this issue, particularly informing management. So Christine kindly volunteered to lead this group this year after really no progress whatsoever the first 2 years. We had a lot of work to consolidate in the last one. And that group really looked at the need for indicators, particularly because of current International Maritime Organization processes that are looking at mandatory gear loss reporting, so what indicators can be available to support that. They arrived at indicators kind of in two main themes. The first is around fishing gear design and looking at circularity and recyclability parameters for design, as well as reducing impacts of ghost fishing. And the second focus on indicators looks at understanding of the status of ALDFG, so indicators that support fishing gear loss reporting and retrieval reporting. So we're closing this down completely. There's still work to be done. We'll finalize that paper for TOR1. TOR3 look to the report on those recommendations, 4 look to those guidelines, and 5 will mean intersessional work over the next year, and then we'll finish, and then that's all.
Thank you. So as she said, we've got 2 that are graduating this year. So ALDFG and indicators have finished their 3-year terms of reference. And having done a topic group, I know how much work it is. So let's just give them a round of applause, because it's really nice to have that contribution. So now we'll go ahead and get into our presentations. We're a little off schedule, but I think we'll catch up. And we're going to kick off now into catchability. Daniel is going to be our moderator for this session.
And just a reminder that we have 16 talks. Each one has been allocated 15 minutes. So if you burn it up, there'll be no questions, and you'll be pulled off the stage at some point as well. So 16 15-minute talks, and we'll trust the moderators to be ruthless if necessary.
It will be a short session, but then the short the better. And we start with the fishing performance based on hydrodynamics. Come on. Sorry? Not showing. Let's move it. Yes.
I think I need... Hello everyone, 1 second, I think that's way over my height. Is it now too loud, or is it okay? Yes, perfect. Oh, sorry. Okay, welcome everyone. My name is Cristina Fernandez. I come from DTU Aqua in Denmark. I'm very happy to be here today at my first conference of the working group of the FTFB, opening the stage for the last day of talks after an amazing conference here at the beautiful Sicily. Thanks to all of you in this room in advance for being present. During my PhD, I will be looking at how to use hydrodynamics in beam trolling with the main aim to making this fishing practice more sustainable and while keeping fishing performance and reducing bycatch, with a special focus on animal behavior. I'm very pleased to be presenting the preliminary results of my first experiments here with all of you today. We titled it Using Hydrodynamics to Optimize Fishing Performance for this first chapter. And that builds and wraps up the work of a former PhD student, Karen, so a shout out to her and to all my colleagues. To set a framework for this project, as some of you might be hearing that for the first time, I would like first to introduce our object of study, the common starfish, Asteria rubens. In the last years, attention has been drawn to the increasing amount of starfish in the coastal waters of Denmark, especially in the Limfjord. It has been calculated in some areas that starfish were over 50 individuals per square meter, without a direct predator and with some of their favorite prey available. They literally became a pest and a direct competitor of the mussel fishery. Asteria rubens can deplete culture mussel beds in weeks or even days. Let's get a little bit of the story of the starfish fishery for those of you that don't know about it. In the Limfjord, that goes back quite a while. After the Second World War, the local fishers would mix starfish with potatoes and would feed them to the pigs, a practical solution during economical hard times. But as the economy improved, this practice quick faded out. And, sorry. Do I want to move? Now. Yes, so fast forward to 2013, the first statistics appear, and it was calculated that around 1,400 tons of starfish were being already processed in various different plants. Then in 2015, the fishery got paused because the EU tried to implement some regulations. Just a year later, in 2016, a dedicated processing plan for starfish opened, and in 2019, it was already up and running, a dedicated plan for starfish protein, right in the Limfjord. As for today, the starfish fishery, since it became profitable, the fishers in the Limfjord catch starfish for two main reasons. One of the reasons is for control of shellfish populations, as a predation control, and the other reason is for its exploitation as a protein supplement for animal feed. In both instances, a clean catch is required. So if fishers would like a clean catch, they would usually go to fish in cockle beds, and if they would like to go to protect their own mussel culture beds, then of course they will go for the mussel beds for fishing. Let's focus now on the gear, having a mussel bed in our minds. In this lightweight fishery, small trawlers are used. These trawlers are equipped with pair gears side by side of the boat, as we saw just before. And those beams of the gears are quite small, less than 3 meters and less than 50 kilos. At the start, the trawlers were towing the beams over the seabed with no other support, so you can imagine the beam was just bouncing over the mussel beds, and that was creating quite a lot of damage, not only to the mussels and economical loss, but also to the benthic communities. So that was creating a great impact. Thereafter, the addition of shoes to the beam already posed a great improvement. So previous research from DTU focused on proving of concept, as you can see here, using hydrodynamic principles to catch the starfish. During this project, they studied the hydrodynamics resulting from towing of a well-known circular beam cross-section, the computational fluid dynamics model that you can see here on the screen showed that an upward flow, which occurs when a vortex is formed at the lower side of the beam, caused the sea star to get ejected upwards. The model also demonstrated that the trajectories of the starfish depended a lot on the beam placement, if the beam would be closer or farther from the seabed, and thereafter also on the placement of the netting afterwards. I'm going to play now this video from a fisherman in the Limfjord that shows a diamond beam cross-section that was commonly used in this fishery. And we can observe how the turbulent wake gets generated right after, some centimeters after. You can really see it just right after where the plume gets generated. So that generated that when the beam is being towed through the water, that would lift the starfish, and as you can see, it's quite efficient. In this case, it's over a cockle bed. Okay, I can play it after, otherwise it's a little bit long. So we thought to ourselves, could we improve the gear performance by increasing the amount of starfish that we're fishing, so the catch efficiency, and reducing the amount of bycatch, in that case, cockles and mussels in the Limfjord. And for that reason, we paid attention to those three parameters that previous research already defined that were really important for the starfish: the beam cross-sectional shape, the height of the beam, and the netting distance from the beam to the middle point of the net. First, to better understand how different beam designs might lift starfish of the seabed, we collaborated with DTU mechanical engineer, and we ran advanced CFD computational fluid dynamics overlaid with particle simulation models, treating sea stars as passive particles. So assuming that starfish would basically behave as sediment particles. As we tested, you can see that we tested a large range of different beam cross-sections. We have triangular beam cross-sections, we have square beam cross-sections, and circular ones. I'm not sure if you can appreciate it well, but I can show one of those. What you can see here is one of those simulations where the color represents particle concentration, red being higher. We looked at how particles were lifted and carried in the wake behind each beam shape, and this helped us identify the most promising beam profiles for the real-world testing. Those were more particles, those simulations where more particles were lifted efficiently into the water column. Based on those findings, we selected a few beam cross-sections, and those are the ones that I'm going to show you right away. Sorry. Yes, we're back. So the CFD simulations were linked to a particle tracking model to identify how each beam configuration would raise the starfish from the seabed, as we said before. Here we can see the two beam shapes and its particle cumulative profiles. So far, we have analyzed the results of the beam test 1 to the left. That it could generate a strong turbulent wake. As you can see there in the profile, all the red, those would be the particles starfish being lifted, and we can see that it has two peaks. So that is the one we focused for the results so far, for the preliminary results. So for the experimental design, we did 80 bulk holes, 48 in cockle beds and 32 in mussel beds. And this is the location where the sea trials happen. That's right in the Limfjord, northwest of Denmark. So what we tested was these different four-gear configurations against the circular beam cross-section that was well studied in the previous research. So what we did was taking this beam test 1 that you can see up on top and crossing a low beam distance that was around 5 centimeters from the seabed, so pretty close. Then with a closer netting, around 58 centimeters. And then we were changing all the parameters. When it was high distance, it was around 12 centimeters, and when it was farther around the netting, around 117 centimeters. And we tested everything against the circular beam cross-section with a lower setting and closer netting. I would like to see now, is it possible to turn off the light, this row of lights, maybe? Or, yeah. I hope you can see it well. I just would like to see you to see this footage for appreciation of those are from the last year's field trials. And to the left, you can see the circular beam cross-section. To the right, the beam test 1. In that case, that's the only difference, the beam cross-sectional shape. All the other parameters, the beam height and the netting distance are the same. And in that case, they were both lower beam height, closer netting. So let's get to some preliminary results. Here you can see 4 catch comparison plots. To the left, we have the starfish as a target species, and to the right, we have the bycatch. We can see in the x-axis, you can see the pictograms of the 4 different configurations of the test beam 1 that we tested, and the threshold of the 0.5 that we see here is the threshold for equality between the both paired gears. So first, we found that there was actually an increase in catch efficiency of in both cockle beds and mussel beds for starfish. So that that test beam 1 placed at a lower distance from the seabed with closer netting was catching more starfish than the control, the circular one. At the same time, as we were expecting, it was also catching more bycatch of mussels because it was pretty close, and we know that mussels get formed in aggregations. We also found that both gear configurations that have the farther netting from the beam reduced the amount of bycatch in cockle beds. And finally, we found also an increase in starfish for the gear configuration that had higher beam height and farther distance of the net. So as a conclusion, we can say that the test beam 1 can improve the catch efficiency of the starfish, and the optimal beam height and netting distance will really depend on the ground and on the objective of the fisherman. Also, I would like to point out there is really a cheap and simple solution. And as for future work, we would like to complete this optimization analysis for the starfish case with the other beam shape. And further on, we would like to focus, as I mentioned at the beginning, to study on the animal behavior to understand how other species could react to these hydrodynamics, maybe in flatfish, scallops, sea cucumbers. So we're really open for collaboration, ideas. So yeah, you can come find me in the break. Thank you, everyone. And
thank you, Christina. We have time for a few questions. I'm sure Pike took a lot of pictures of this and will have his next sea trial on hydrodynamics based on your experience. Any question?
Thank you, Christina,
Thank you.
for our presentation. The idea is very good, and I like that idea. I am wondering that how much power the beam can generate to lift the starfish, or is there a relationship between the generating lifting power and the weight of the fishing starfish? And also, is there a relationship between the size, shape of the beams and the generating the lifting power, if you have?
Yes. Well, I think that's a quite complex answer. But just to say that in the models, which of course I didn't run, but in those models, they took into account the thickness of the starfish, but they had to decide of a thickness, also the geometry of the starfish. So of course everything plays a role, and as to how much it can lift and eject the starfish, of course it really depends also on the size of the beam. So, but for this beam already, as you saw at the beginning, we have a big limitation in weight of the beam. But of course, the bigger the beam, the bigger the force that it will have also. So yes, it is a little bit more complex, but it plays a role for sure.
Thank you very much. More questions? Otherwise, I would proceed. Thank you very much. We are a bit behind the schedule. Thank you very much. And I'm not able to do two things simultaneously, so I open first and then I welcome Zara. Now we move from specialized beam troll fishery to pot fishery and talk again about catchability.
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. My name is Sara Berzosa. I'm a PhD student in the Tuning Institute of Baltic Sea Fisheries, and my research focuses on fish pots as alternative to gillnets to reduce the bycatch of marine mammals and seabirds. And today, I would like to present you the mystery that has been following me for the last 3 years, and is when details make the difference. Before, a little bit of background where we are, the tuning in the north of Europe, the north of Germany by the Baltic Sea, and the experimental area here in the Baltic Sea. I will present 3 different experiments that we have conducted in the last 3 years. And the experimental area was here in the island of Bornholm, that actually belongs to Denmark. As you have here probably several times in this conference by Daniel, Jordan, Juan, the Baltic Sea is facing several challenges. One of them is the increase of the seal population, which is making fishing with gillnets very, very, very difficult due to the predation. And this is the reason that we wanted to test if the fish pots could be an alternative. And other of the challenge of the Baltic Sea is that there is a decrease in the Baltic cod population recently, and this is the reason that we are also researching pots, not only for cod but for multi-species, as for example also flatfish. I presented that the last year, but today I will just focus on the research that we have been carried out with fish pot for cod. And also one of the reasons that we went to Bornholm is because we were in touch with one fisherman that had some experience with pots, and he conducted several trials before. So the first experiment, as I say, I will be focused on the entrance for cod, and these entrance were based in previous studies. Maybe some of you remember me presenting in Canada this experiment that we have a net pen where under semi-controlled condition we test different entrants and we change different parameters between them. We have like a lot of cameras and infrared system recording the behavior of the fish, flatfish and cod, and we observed the entry and the exit ratio through different entrants, and then we were like choosing some of them for this experiment. And for my first experiment, one of my aims was to see if all these entrants, all these results under semi-controlled condition were consistent when we apply them to the field. So yeah, we went to Bornholm, we did the first experiment, 36 holes between 18 and 32 meters. We have 8 strings, and in this 8 string we have 5 pots, 4 of them with our experimental entrance, and we took also the pot that the fisherman was using, and maybe the next one is clearer. So the entrance that we took were a transparent and a white entrance to see if there was some difference between the color netting. We saw that there was not much of a difference, but when we increased the length of the funnel, we had a little of increase in the catch, and also we were like testing one fish retention device that was called transparent fingers, so we put it in front of the entrance and it allowed the fish to enter and prevent their escape. But here is when all the mystery starts. When we were comparing it with the fisherman pot, we realized that it was catching much more. And we were like, what is happening here? Okay, maybe it's because of our entrance was totally open, because it was the same entrance as in the semi-controlled conditions, so we didn't want to change it. We wanted to be consistent, so it was quite open, and we say, okay, maybe the fish is entering, maybe they are escaping. Okay, let's go again, let's close the entrance. The fisherman pot has like a, I don't know how to explain, like an entrance that was like closed, like narrow, this funnel that is like almost touching, so probably the fish was entering and not escaping so much. So we decided the next time, okay, let's do another experiment where we took our entrance and we closed them a little bit, more or less the same that the fisherman. So we did another experiment in Bornholm over 1 year, 121 holes between 10 and 45 meters. We have 8 strings with 4 pots this time. We were not testing the acrylic fingers. They were like not working so good, so we skip it. And we have 4 strings with the entrance open, so the same that previously to be consistent. And 4 of the string, we close the entrance to see the difference. And then we saw that when we had this open entrance, there was the catch. When we were like closing it, we have a little bit of increase on cod catches. So it was like, oh, okay, nice. When we close it, we have more cod. Nice. But again, when we were comparing it with the fisherman pot, he was catching much more. And it was in that moment, why? I don't understand why. We were like focusing a lot in the entrance because, for example, as Paul presented the first day, the entrance in a pot is very important. It is like a bottleneck in the catchability. Some study has shown that the cod is coming closer to the pots, but the cod that finally enter is not so much, so the entrance were a bottleneck. So we were like focusing on the entrance, but it was something that we were like missing. It was something else apart from the entrance. So we were like looking at our pots here in the left, the fisherman pot in green, the other is our experimental pot. And actually when we started all this experiment, we were talking with our net maker. We took the fisherman pot, we give it to our net maker and say, hey, please produce us 40 pots exactly the same, but with different entrance. And when we have the experimental pot back, we realized, well, that the netting, as you can see, the color of the netting, it was black instead of green, and also was a little bit more thinner. And at the beginning, we didn't thought that it was going to be such a difference. We were more focused on the entrance, and then we wanted to understand why, it's such a difference. So we went there again. We cut the entrance on the fisherman pot, we put it in our experimental entrance, and we did the opposite. So we have our experimental pot all black, the experimental pot black with the fisherman entrance, the green ones, the same, the opposite, so the fisherman pot, and we put it our entrance to see what is the difference between them. So we went again to Bornholm, did a third experiment. We started the last October, and we had data until the end of April, so it's some preliminary results. We have until now 50 holes between 44 meters, and we had 8 streams with the 4 pots that I have telling you. And yeah, the history continues. An experimental pot have this catch. Then when we were putting the experimental pot with the fisherman entrance, we have a little bit more of the catch. After that was the fisherman pot with our experimental entrance, but still the fisherman pot was catching much more. And I don't know why, the mystery remains still unsolved. So some of you have some ideas or what else we can try, because I'm a little getting crazy of, I don't know, first where the entrance, first the color, yeah. So yes, as a conclusion, say that smell change can have big effects. Some further research in pot design is needed to increase the catch efficiency, but something that we were seeing is like unless the pot was alternative because of all the fishermen around that were trying to catch something with gillnets was impossible, everything was predated, and unless with the pots we had some catch, so can be an alternative. And we had no catch of marine mammals or seals or porpoises and non-sea bears, so that remarks the positive part of fish pots. That's everything for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zara. I think you've recognized that this session was called Catchability, but it was a mystery session. We had flying sea stars and mystery pots. So if you have any question, that's the moment, always in the top row.
Thank you. Very nice presentation, very timely. Although we don't have much cod in the Baltic, I expect we will someday have again, and we will need pots. Because I don't think gillnet fishery will ever come back as long we have seals, and I believe we will have seal as long we can see. But my question, did you have underwater camera in any of your experimental pots?
Yeah, we have not as much as we wanted. We have some underwater, for example, in the pots with the acrylic fingers. We wanted to see if they were like working good or not. And then we had some challenge also with the cameras. We were like putting some cameras. Sometimes the visibility was not so good. Other time I had to admit that I prepared everything, the 360 cameras with the big battery, and well, I left the battery charging in the office. So yes, we have some cameras, but not as much to really understand why it was this difference. But we saw, for example, some seals in the area, but we didn't show that the seals were like predating or catching the cod or nothing, just swimming around. So it was some seals, yeah.
Yeah. You probably will find the reason when you get the more cameras.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Roger first, and then Peter.
Thank you, Sarah, for a nice presentation.
Thank you.
We learn now that the fishers are better scientists than us. That's one observation. I wonder if when you have these different numbers, are the soaking time the same? Is the distance between the pots the same? Are the, everything is comparable?
Yeah, for the first experiment, we have analyzed everything, if there was some difference between the depth or the temperature and so on, and we saw no difference with our model. Only the pot design, the entrance design was the variable that was affecting the catch. But the other two experiments, we haven't analyzed properly the data. Now I just presented the catch, so we will have a deeper look on that, but the soaking time was more or less the same between the strings. Yeah.
Hi Sarah, Peter from Sicily. Great talk. This is actually building on Roger's question. Did you have any size difference in the catch between the different gear? Have you looked into that at all?
Yeah, it was self-sampling, so it was the fisherman was just seen below or above the minimal legal size, and yeah, we don't have data of every catch, But yeah, for the first experiment, we didn't show any difference. And also the pods were with an escape window, all of them equipped with the same escape window, so the small cool escape. Yeah, but there was no difference between the size.
So the numbers we got, what's the size was above the size?
No, total, above and below.
Okay,
yeah.
because that will be interesting to see if there is any difference in that in the total catch, because we have seen that before.
Definitely.
We have 2 more minutes. Just be brief.
Really nice, very frustrating. I also forgot camera batteries sometimes. I know how it feels. Super short question though. Is the fisherman spot also new when you use it? Or
No.
is that one been fishing for a while?
Yeah, I was fishing for a while. At the beginning, I was thinking that our pots maybe were smelly, and because of that we had less catch. But in the last experiment, the pot has been 3 years in the water, the experimental ones and the fishermen. So I don't think that is a problem of the smell. But yeah, I thought at the beginning the same.
Nice presentation, Sarah.
Thank you.
The placement along the string, you had a string of pots, correct?
Yeah.
And that was randomized?
Yes, exactly. The pots between the string were totally randomized. The 8 string had different configuration of the pots. Sorry, forgot to mention.
So the benefit is if you finish your talk in 8 or 9 minutes that you have more questions. The last one comes from Pike. Okay, the same question, Jasper. So we finished. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Thank you.
Just a reminder before we a coffee break at the very beginning, for the rest of the presentations today, please come find me.
Okay, the next session is the session of the double E's and triple M's, energy efficiency by Martin, Matt and Manu, and we will start with Martin, talking about some off-seabed demersal trial.
Thank you, Anita. Hopefully everyone can understand me. Anyway, we'll see how we go. Do I have to drag this on, Noëlle, maybe? Thank you. So my name is Martin Oliver, and I work with BIM in Ireland. It's Bord Ish Gowara, that's what it stands for in Irish, Ireland Seafood Development Agency. And I'm here with some of my colleagues who we've met throughout this week. Today I'm going to present some work that's, I guess it's ongoing at the minute, but it's been ongoing for the last few years, and it's trying to raise a demersal trawl off the bottom. I mean, I guess there's examples all around the world, but for this particular trial, it's based in the Celtic Sea, where the standard demersal trawls fish tight to the bottom. It's either hopper gear or chains, depending on the species. Everyone looks a bit sleepy today. Maybe, actually, don't we everyone stand up for a minute. I have a little trick. Just wake everyone up. Put your gear down for a second. Okay. It's the last day, so. Okay. So, when I counted 3, okay, everyone's going to jump in the air, right? And this, when you're in the air for that split second, that's what an off-bottom trawl is going to feel like, okay? So, 1, 2, 3. Class. Okay, everyone's awake now, hopefully. So just some background on this particular fishery. You can see the Celtic Sea is on the south coast of Ireland. It's a nice part of the continental shelf, and most of our fishing occurs on the shelf itself. For this fishery, it's demersal, so obviously they catch flatfish on occasion, depending on the gear. But with this type of gear, they're mainly going to target haddock and hake, and that's what we have most quota for down there at the minute. I mean, they get bycatch of whiting too, but for this one, it's mostly haddock and hake. The issue, as Janita said, well, it's energy and fuel efficiency. So how many litres do we need for a kilo of fish, essentially? It was interesting going down to the boats here and seeing how much the tow times for the amount of shrimp they catch. It's interesting. And then also there's the potential to reduce seabed impact, obviously lifting the gear off the bottom. And our aim is to develop a gear that we can use in the Celtic Sea that's off the bottom and still catches fish. Obviously, that's the main thing. We're also trying additional modifications like adding light to the headline, so I'll talk a bit about that in the next few slides. So this is kind of there's a few steps to this development. Initially, was it last January or the end of 23, we had a big collaboration with Swan Neck Gundry, and they're a net manufacturer in Ireland, also part of Hampajaan. And we got some of our fishing fleet, the industry, we got everyone in a room, and we had some discussion on how we can move this forward, lift their gear off the bottom, but also catch fish. And you know, when we were all together, we spoke about different types of gear from the Alaskan pollock fishery that Noëlle would be familiar with, and also squid fisheries in the US. You know, so looking at different types of gear and how we could make it work for us. And then the next step was to assess. I have standard here because this came from the workshop where one of the fishermen actually had his own semi-pelagic gear, and it was a gear that they used in the Irish Sea, so on the east side of Ireland. And so he said, I have this gear, maybe we'll try it in the Celtic Sea. It did work quite well in the Irish Sea, but there's different hydrodynamics, so they used to tow that gear kind of into the current as such, so they didn't really move forward, but they were just holding position for a few hours, and the fish would go back. That was back when there was more cod, and it's kind of redundant now, really. So we took that out to sea. I'll talk a bit about it. We also put light on the headline for that trial. And then moving on from that, we got some feedback, and we saw how the gear worked, and we went to the flume tank and trialed a candidate model that Swan Neck Gundry, the net manufacturer, made for us. And currently we're trialing the full-scale model, so that's what I'll talk a bit about now. So just this figure here, you can see the top of the figure, that's kind of your traditional standard gear for the Celtic Sea, for Irish vessels. You can see your hopper gear making contact with the bottom. Thanks to Matt also for he loves Adobe Illustrator. So he is and then the bottom one is this semi-pelagic gear that we trialed first. You can see the chain ground gear off the bottom. I mean, at times it touches, you know, but it's mostly off the bottom. When we trialed that with semi-pelagic doors, you can see there's no cover on the headline, but it's a nice gear. So for that trial with the semi-pelagic gear, we went out on a seine net vessel off the south coast of Ireland. I think she's 26 metres, mostly seines, and also fishes some pelagic species. And we went to target haddock and hake. And the fishing operations for this particular trial were, we wanted to split it, you know, I mean, the semi-pelagic gear was the test gear essentially, but we wanted to split the tows where we'd use artificial light on the headline, so I guess we could call that our test and our control. And we did 2 3-hour tows by day and 2 3-hour tows by night, so we could see the effect of light and the gear itself by day and by night. And then we deployed the seine net just to see what fish was actually on the ground, so if we were going to catch anything and what was going. These are some images of the gear. that's shooting the gear away. It looks kind of just like your standard pelagic net there, but it also goes back to PE and a PE cod end. We fished a 100 mil T90 cod end on that gear. This just from the sounder, you can see we had 6.6 fathom there, but our typical headline height was 10 or 11 meters and just off the bottom, or sometimes touching the bottom. The thing with this gear, and I guess it's going to be the same with when we hopefully get the reel off bottom trawl going, is that the skipper is he's constantly busy with this gear. It's not just plug and set and tow. While we were out with him, he was constantly paying in and out warp. He might take in 40 meters, shoot 40 meters. So it's a bit more effort, I guess, for the skipper. And there, a lot of you would be familiar with the Lindgren Pitman lights. We just attach them to the headline there. So the results, I talked to people this week, and it's unfortunate when you go out to do a trial and it seems like there's not much fish on the ground. But we didn't have much fish on the ground, really, either in the semi-pelagic gear or the seine. But you can see, it was interesting, when we did have light on the headline by night, we were up on catches of haddock and hake, which we thought was quite interesting. And it's something, I think I presented on it last year, but something we saw before in the standard gear. When we had light on the headline by night, we were up on haddock. So moving on from that then, that trial demonstrated that you could fish semi-pelagic gear in the Celtic Sea, but it wasn't commercially viable for that trial anyway. So what did we need to do for the model off bottom, or the reel off bottom? Back to the net manufacturer and talking with industry, we wanted more cover on the top sheet, kind of just like a typical demersal trawl. You'd have a bit of cover on the top sheet, and I guess we tapered the trawl, so the mouth of the trawl was we wanted a Dyneema construction, typical pelagic, back to nylon and to PE. So the meshes at the mouth of the trawl are quite large, 3.2 meters, and then it tapered all the way back, and I'll show you an image of that in a minute. And then we wanted to replace the chain foot rope with combination foot rope. So then we took a trip over to the flume tank last year in Hirtshals. That was good fun. We made some tweaks to the model that Swan Net made, and with the bridle configuration and the length, and we added more float, and we messed around with kites. And the reason for using the kites, well, for us, was that some of the vessels in Ireland, they don't have a third wire, on the headline. So they're restricted, and they need more lift on the headline, and they don't have space for lots of big floats. And from this work, we had predictions that we should have, with the full scale trawl, we should have, door spread of 75 meters, and wing end spread of 44 meters, and a nice headline height of 13 meters. But the flume tank is lovely, so you have to try it in reality then as well. So this is just the top two I showed earlier, but the final off bottom looks something like this. You can see the cover on the headline and the combination foot rope, and then it's the tree bridle configuration goes back to a single. That's obviously just for on the vessel itself, and then back up to a treble onto the doors. So that's something what hopefully it did look like, I guess. This is just video, so you can see it in the flesh. The cod in there, that's 100 mil 4-panel T90, and then you're moving up on your meshes from 120 mil to 200 to 400 to 800 to 1600 to 3.2. I'll show you now. Let's see if this works. Yeah, and then the materials, I guess, it's PE moving forward, nylon, so Jorg mightn't be too happy because there's a mix of materials, and then to Dyneema. You can see the kind of starting to see. There's Matthew actually there, and the net maker. He's half the size of them. And then there are the doors actually we used for the trial. So you can just see the doors here, Tiburon Type 14s, massive door, 4.5 square meter. And then I just put that image in so that you can see the kite. That was just an image of the kite, just canvas kite, good and strong. So for this trial, we had a few plan A, B, and C. Like one yesterday, I was thinking, yeah, there's a lot of types. But we set out for haddock and hake, again in the Celtic Sea, similar fishing grounds. The plan A was to run the trial similar to our last trial with our 2 minutes, okay, right. And anyway, plan A didn't go well because we couldn't get the gear fishing. I'll show you in the next slide. You can see there, we were hoping for this on the left of the screen there, this nice shape at the mouth of the trawl, but more often than not it was like a letterbox, you know, it wasn't taking shape really. So we played around with it at sea. We put chains on the wing ends and on the bosom of the trawl, a bit more lift. We still couldn't really get it working. So some issues with that, I guess, were the doors were too big. You know, we had to lock the doors off because they were overspreading the gear. We didn't probably have enough height or float on the headline, and the foot rope needed more weight. So yeah, as I said there, yeah, we added kites and clumps and plan C. Now that actually the boat went out on Sunday with smaller doors. Now we're using 2.5 square meter polar doors, which are a lot smaller. We have more float on the headline. We added another 80 or 100 kilos of lift, especially out on the wing ends. And well, we actually haven't made the foot rope too much heavier, but we can do, I guess, in the future. Some feedback. They texted Matt last night. They're getting with the trawl now. It's taking shape, but they still weren't catching much fish. So obviously that's an issue. One thing. Do I still have 1 minute? Maybe. One thing that we might do, and we spoke about this before, but you can see on the bridles, the net manufacturer spoke about maybe webbing up the bridles so that the bridles will actually help in the herding, because obviously these bridles aren't on the seabed, which was when you get your mud cloud and you're herding, but maybe webbing them up to help with the herding. And that's essentially it for now. It'll keep us busy, I think, for the next year or two. Just thanks to the skippers and SwanNet, and thanks to the chairs and Anto and all the Italian crew here for hosting us this week. It was a great week.
Thank you for the talk, Martin. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any questions.
Yes.
But there is a coffee break now, and we will have the 2 other presentations afterwards, and you can talk to Martin during the break.
All right. Be back in 30 minutes. We're starting, and if you have a talk, please bring it down.
Sorry?
I think this might be mine. I might just take it out.
Yeah, I didn't really get how this is organized.
Yeah, I gave it to her late, so it had a video on.
Yeah, because...
Can you check the dongle for me? I need to borrow that.
Oh yeah, sure. You can hold on to it if you want.
I just need to transfer your presentation over.
Is this also...
Here.
Nice work.
Let me just...
Thanks, Steve. Yeah.
What sort of height is the gear above the bottom? Doors.
This a couple of meters. The times it's touching. You can see shine on the bottom.
Configure it.
No.
We put 13 meter chain clumps on wing ends, and you can see shine on them. As the trial was going on, we probably added too much weight.
Yeah. Can you show images of working in a bit of weather, especially doing this? Gear's going to go up and down, touch the bottom. Yeah. Are you seeing any of that?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, they have that auto trial, you know, where it's down, but still, even so, we had it years ago. We tried that we call it quasi-trial. You know, it was the standard demersal trial. We took all the hopper gear off, and we just chain flows. And the weather was really poor, so we went out and we just tore the arse out a few times. It's a fine line, isn't it? Because you get it perfect in the swim tank. Then you go to sea and you're probably doing it.
Yeah. I got, years ago, CSIRO decided to guy by the name of Richard announced fishing technology in the territory built a semi-pelagic boat. Really robust, and it had the fork rigging. Oh yeah. So, and I think French too. And probably then CSI Road built one. We got it from Gundry. Really light. And the problem was because you had the fly-wire system. When you shot the gear away, the head rope was pulled so far forward, it was just shredding side panels. Was it just the force? Yeah, it just tore the shit out of it. And I'm doing the research, and everyone's looking at me for answers. It's like, I've got no idea what's going on here. Mended it up, spent hours and hours mending it up. I'm the only one that can mend. And then I shot it away again. I reckon I spent days mending. And in the end, side panel we just grabbed ropes and went from the seam, upper and lower seam, and put a rope on there and just made sure that it couldn't distort too much. So it probably looked like shit shooting away, but at least we managed to fish it. It had like a max.
talk in the energy efficiency session, and it will be Matthew talking about the top sheet of a demersal trial.
Okay, nice big crowd. So we've more room to do what I had planned. But no, I'm not going to get anybody to do anything like Martin. So again, Martin mentioned who we were, and here's what I'm going to talk about. And this trawl kind of represents what I wanted by the end of it. And I'm going to go through the kind of the story or the plan that we had to get there. And I suppose it wasn't sort of reflects all of the talks we had this week, where sort of fails or plan A, plan B, plan C, whatever. So with that, and I didn't want to present it maybe in the fails because I think there's a little bit of a success at the end. So just for those who don't know, one of our main fisheries for nephrops is in the Irish Sea, located here between the UK and Ireland. And the trials that we were working on mostly kind of focus around that sort of hatched area there. So it's just the North Sea, or the Irish Sea, sorry. And that line is the little delineation between the UK sort of waters and the Irish waters. And just for political reasons, we stay inside that at the moment. So this was the first plan, and it was excuse me. It was sort of redevelop the trawl. This was ongoing during COVID. We said we had time to sit down, redevelop a trawl. Most trawls in the Irish nephrops fishery are 2-panel. We went with 4-panel to try and develop up. We added the Celtra that Dara spoke about yesterday, so we said it was a better, easier joining for us. And you can see a representation of the actual trawl there on the what are we looking at, right? Where the side walls, but that's a typical sort of height of even the 2-panel trawl. I must say with this, you saw the first slide where I wanted mesh all the way back in the trawl. Our net maker, I had fights with him to try and get to put any large mesh in the top sheet. We eventually focused on what you can see there, which is more or less represented in the drawing. And this is just a picture of the boat we used. So this is what we ended up testing. Standard 2-panel trawl and our 4-panel trawl. The 4-panel trawl also kind of took in some of the stuff Naru was talking about, with the tapering of the extra tapering and kind of taking away the side sort of slack meshes. So it had a lot sort of going for it, or so we thought. During the COVID, we couldn't obviously go on the vessels, and so we let the vessels go off by themselves. I think we did almost 50, let them do 50 sort of tows, and we were hoping for sort of better data, but the one thing that was positive is the top right there, there was more nephrops, and we were also seeing quite a reduction in bycatch. So we went on and we said, okay, lads, come on, we'll go with this. Our fishermen weren't particularly happy because war, COVID, decommissioning, etc. was coming along, and all they used to say was, Matthew, it's a new trawl, we cannot start investing in trawls. And as I failed to mention, but our boats typically tow 4 nets, so it would be quite an expensive sort of exercise. But fortunately, back and forth with the net maker, and as part of this, actually we got the net maker to come out for 1 day on the boat because we could only do day trips while we were over COVID, and he saw the net performing in the sea with the catches, and he just went, I don't know what you were worried about, Matthew. We can put large mesh all the way back, wherever you want. So, great. So, decommissioning enters. This vessel owner here decommissioned 2 vessels. He told us, I've got something like 20 nets sitting in my yard from the decommissioned vessels. He said, we can play with them. We can put large mesh. They were 2-panel, but we said, okay, we'll go with it. So again, this is what it sort of turned out like. We had the standard would be 80 all the way around with a 300mm square mesh panel and an 80 diamond mesh cut-in, but we sort of pushed that to the side, said, okay, we'll go a bit further, we'll see what happens with 160 versus what we were hoping for a 300. But our net maker wasn't as flexible as I thought, and he still wanted 160 in the sort of cover and towards the 300 mil square mesh panel. So that's what that looked like. Here is a sort of a drawing of the actual trawls that I put together, just to sort of, you can see roughly it's just that 16-meter section in the center that is the real difference between the trawls. Here's what it looked like on the boat, and you can see the one on the left there. You can just about see maybe the 300 mil top sheets. The bottom sheets are the 800. You can see the 160 on the other side. So that was that. Again, great. And obviously, as I said, this is supposed to be the energy efficiency talk. So we had load cells on these, and I said I'm going to get some great load cell data now to see represent, because we had 2 trawls of 160 and 2 trawls of 300. And of course, they failed. The load cell software somehow decided it didn't want to work. But we got some really great selectivity data. We suddenly realized we are not losing nephrops. In fact, there was an increase, and while it wasn't significant, the fishermen took it on board that, yes, this is very much of an interest to us. But more importantly, from the science and the sort of regulatory side of it, the whiting especially, there was a massive reduction, as you can see, 39% reduction there in undersized whiting, which we've not had, even with the 300 square mesh panel in the aft section of the trawl. So we say, great. So pushing along, I was discussing this with one fisherman, and he suddenly said, okay, that's interesting, we might do something, you didn't get your fuel data. So what does he do? He sends me his own experiment. He's got 2 vessels, went on a 14-day trip, took it on himself to have his standard net at 80. He didn't go to the 300 in this case. And you can see there, he got a 13% reduction in fuel and a 6% increase in nephrop. So win-win for everyone. And then he sends me, you can see the screen grab of the exchange, and then he's sending me, look what we're doing now to Patrick Sea nets. He's on the pier, stripping the whole thing out and replacing it with 160 straight away. So I don't know how we cannot buy this, but this happened. And those figures at the bottom then were a sort of an add-on, that 80 mil, 40 kilo, and 160, 10 kilo. And he's saying it's even cheaper to buy, or cheaper to ship, because the top sheets we typically have are 80 and they're 40 kilos in weight. This new one at 160 is only 10 kilos. So he's getting the shipment of 1 top sheet for the price of 1, or 4 top sheets for the price of 1. So it's like, yeah, he is buzzing. So we're really happy, great industry sort of uptake. He's got more boats, loads of other guys, and I should have mentioned that the other boat continued to use them as well, but didn't have another boat to compare. So we're really grateful to Noëlle on this. And so this is sort of, then the next questions, the industry come back and say, this is great. I've had this conversation with Paul and everybody, that usually you make a net smaller or reduce the twine area. That what happens is they say, oh, we can make it bigger, and we can, we'll continue the same drag. But no, they're coming to us and saying, we want to put smaller doors on our gear. And this, and the reason it's provisional results kind of ... is the boat is currently at sea, and it's not sort of giving us the results we wanted. And as you can see, they're using the slightly larger one, which is a 30% reduction on sort of twine area compared to the 80 mil. We've gone down 0.3 of a square meter, but it's encouraging that even the smaller doors are still overperforming on these trawls, so we can go even smaller, and that's what we're believing. So we're quite hopeful for this. They've also then said that if we go down on the doors, we can reduce our twine, our warp diameter, and so forth, and everything can become smaller. And so this 13% reduction could turn into 20% from what it is. And for those eagle-eyed, you can see that, load cell up in the corner there, up in the block. But this time it's working. So we've had some provisional data. So, future work, and there's 2 sort of parts to this, that in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're going to go take a step back because of this selectivity data mostly. And it's also to confirm that fisherman's kind of results with what's going on. And as I had said, we are going to look at smaller troll doors, or that's the plan. And okay, it's energy efficiency, so we'll step aside slightly, because as I had mentioned, the 300 square mesh panel is quite a good selectivity device at the moment. You can see all the regulatory NEFROPS conservation measures, and this is the fisheries management that we produce. So what we're hoping is that the results from the new one, we will be able to add them maybe to this as a kind of a force, if you want, to push people into using the larger mesh. Well, we don't want to force anybody to do anything, but I think the results are already happening, so it might be an easy implementation measure. And to get an additional 40% on our already sort of interesting results with this 300 mil square mesh panel. So that's where we're at. It's quite a sort of an industry-led perspective, and we're really grateful to the Irish fishing industry. They, as you see there, they take it upon themselves to sort of look over our shoulder and see what we're doing and take it forward from there. So yeah, I have to kind of applaud them myself, and the guys attest to that as well. So that's where I'm at, and I think I've raced through it. So any questions?
Thank you, Matt. We do have time for a question or two.
Yeah, lovely work, and obviously great to have a fisherman that's so enthusiastic about innovating. So I guess two questions. In your own mind, what are some of the... why is he so much more innovative than anybody else? What have you done to nurture that relationship, and what is it about him that has got there? And also, just your 14% increase, do you want to just explain the mechanism you think that's responsible for that?
Okay. Firstly, I think it's just that over the years we've just been knocking on the door, essentially, and we, in the middle of all this, we did go to the net manufacturer as well in Portugal and said, our net maker brought a few guys and I tagged along, and it was just then they started to click, and we're always engaging with them, and it's what's nice about this particular fisherman that did the work afterwards is that he's got 6 or 7 vessels, and he doesn't fish himself, so he's got more time, I think, at home to do this. And he's just interested in it, and he pushes along. But it's also, and talking to the net maker, we really focused on the net maker to sort of engage, and that's why we brought him out on the boat. And because I know when we do stuff or when we have done stuff in the past with this net maker, he's got phone calls afterwards, and he's been sort of enthused or not enthused, and that's where it sort of dies or pushes forward. This one he was enthused, so he's listening. The fishermen listen to the net maker, so we brought in an intermediary. On the second part, that reduction, I just think it's pure flow into the net, that it's just, everything is just moving much better into the net, that there isn't a sort of a bow wave, and I don't think that the NEFROPS are reacting to that. I think normally there would be some sort of pressure wave, and I think it just gives them that few seconds less to react, that there isn't a bow wave on the net, so that it's a bucket effect or whatever you want to call it. That is, we don't fully understand it, and that's what we attribute it to. And unless somebody else has another sort of concept, that's all I could think of, really. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was all the questions we had time for. So, see Matthew, if you in the lunch break, if you have more. So now it is Manu presenting. Talking about semicircular spreading gear.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Manu from the Institute of Marine Research. I'm going to talk a bit about the semicircular spreading gear, which is a project that is led by the University of Tromsø in collaboration with the Institute of Marine Research and Synthef Ocean and DTU Aqua. Yes, first I wanted to see or say some words about the impact of bottom trawls. I know most of you are aware of what the impacts are, but I just wanted to highlight a bit the different aspects of the impact of bottom trawls. And one of them, of course, is the environmental aspect of the impact, which is, of course, the sum of all the impacts, both the seabed impact, the bycatch, the greenhouse gases, and so on. This is not a new issue, but it is a quite hot issue. And there's a lot of pressure from political sides and NGOs and media pressure, mostly because the tools to observe what is happening underwater have improved, and also because the social media and the communication have also improved. I don't know if many of you or some of you have seen this ocean film narrated by David Attenborough. For me, at least, it was the most scary thing I've seen since Jaws. Probably it was. It's really scary, but yeah, if you just want to take a look at it, it's fine. Regarding the impact of bottom trawls, well, approximately 1/4 of the catches landed globally. They are landed by bottom trawls. And what that means, in a way, and what is positive about it, is that if we are able to change something about bottom trawls and improve something in bottom trawls, then, of course, it would have a quite big impact. I know that most people here knows what a trawl is and what are the components of the trawl, but we also have a lot of people that is here for the first time. So I just wanted to stress the main components in a trawl, which are the warps, which are the cables, or the cables joining the vessel to the doors, which are in charge of spreading the trawl horizontally. Then we've got the sweeps between the doors and the trawl itself, or the trawl net itself. And I just want to stress the fishing line, which is the lower line in the trawl, and that's where we're going to focus in this talk. Okay? To protect the fishing line and to protect the trawl, we use what we call the ground gears or ground ropes, and there are a lot of different ground ropes, a lot of different types that are built with many, many different elements. One of those gears is this semicircular spreading gear, which has actually been presented in FTFB before, for many years ago. But this was first presented by a study of, or a project that was working on seabed impact, and that had some trials in the flume tanking here shells. And in a report by Grimaldo et al. In 2013, it was for the first time shown the tests that were carried out in here shells and how this was performing. Following these initial trials in the tank, there were some trials in Helmer Hansen in the vessel from the University of Tromsø, and then we found out that the semicircular gear, it performed very well. It actually had very similar catch to the rock hopper, but it had a bit more spread, very low weight, approximately 1/3 of the rock hopper, and it was very easy to handle. So following those experiments, then there were some studies, one by Jesse and co-authors, and another one led also by Roger, where what was studied was the probability of the fish to enter the trawl given that it was available for the trawl, or actually the probability also that the fish escaped below the trawl. In those experiments, what they did was to put a collecting bag under the semicircular gear and just estimate how much fish just escaped below the gear. You can see on the image below a rock hopper and how this bag is installed behind. So it actually catches everything that goes down. So these two studies were fine, very good studies, but there were some questions that remained unanswered. And one of the questions is, what was the overall length-dependent retention for the semicircular gear? Okay, we hadn't, those two studies didn't answer that. And how does this gear perform regarding also undersized fish? In the studies of both Jesse and Roger, or led by Jesse and Roger, the mesh size in the net below, in the collecting bag below, and the mesh size in the coden, it was 135 millimeters. So of course we got, or most of the small fish just got lost. So we didn't have a perception of how this semicircular gear performed with regard to small fish. So no study has compared the rock hopper, which is the most used ground gear type in the Barents Sea, with a semicircular gear, or the magnitude of the potential difference between these two gears. We had an experiment. These were some preliminary commercial trials, but it was not. We had a cruise on board a commercial vessel, a very large commercial vessel. And the aim of the cruise at that time it was to try a larger grid and to see how that was performing. But we constructed a semicircular gear and took it with us. And we had the ambition to test this during the cruise. But the skipper and the crew, they were really, really skeptical. They looked at the semicircle and said, this is never going to work. And they didn't want to put it on. But after some insisting, then they just insisted to work it on. We put the semicircle gear and the catch looked like this. We have the semicircle gear on the starboard side, and the row copper gear on the port side. And of course, the skipper saw this, so he said, okay, try one more. And then it continued looking like this. And then he said, okay, it might be coincidental, so let's do one more. And then it looked like this. And then he was walking like this on deck. He just didn't understand absolutely anything of what was going on. But then, of course, he understood that this was working very fine. And then, in a way, just hell broke loose in the industry because everybody wanted to test this. Everybody wanted to see what this was. So we did. We planned an experiment, a controlled experiment on another commercial vessel, where we tested with a twin troll. We had the semicircle gear on one side, the rock copper on the other one. The semicircle was built of 7 sections of semicircular modules, and the rock copper was built of 5 sections of rubber discs. We carried out 18 holes, and some of the 10 of the holes were with the selective gear in the area, which is agreed on a selective codon, and the other 8 holes were carried out with a blinded codon and without any grid. So we captured absolutely everything we wanted to capture. And then we did an ordinary catch comparison analysis. Of course, for most of you, this is like everyday business, but for those who don't know how this analysis works, what you do is just, you have the test gear in the numerator up, which is a semicircular gear, and then below you've got in the denominator, you've got the semicircular gear and the row copper. So what you do is actually see how much you catch in the test one or in the test gear compared to the total. And then, of course, if you catch the same with both gears, then you will have, for example, 5 fish divided by 5 plus 5 would be 10, and then you get 0.5. So if you look at the plot above, you see that those 2 gears would be catching equal fish. You see that the distributions are equal for both of them. And then you take this data, and through a maximum likelihood, you just get the functional form, normally based on a polynomial, and then from that, based on that, you get the catch ratio, which actually gives you the ratio between both gears, okay? If you have 2 gears that fish exactly equal, you would have the plot below where the curve would be at 1 constantly, okay? Apart from the catch comparison, we calculated some indicators which are giving you a length integrated answer or a length integrated comparison between both gears. We calculated catch ratio average, which means for all sizes, the average minus, which is for the fish below the minimum size, and the average plus, which is for the fish above the minimum size or equal the minimum size. Again, if you've got a gear or 2 gears that are fishing exactly equal for all sizes, then you would have the plot on the right-hand side. So what we saw in the results is that when we were comparing the semicircular gear with the raw copper gear, we saw that when we were using this selective gear, the semicircular gear was for most length classes fishing substantially better. When we were using this non-selective troll without the grid and without the codon, then we saw that this difference was even larger because, of course, you didn't have the buffer of the selective gear in the troll. So there were quite clear differences, and yes, as our skipper in Ramon saw, the semicircular gear was performing substantially better for both length classes. We also had some data for haddock and for redfish. They were not equally clear, especially not when we were using the selective gear, because with a grading 55 millimeter and a 130 or 35 millimeter codon, most of the haddock and the redfish just simply went out of the troll. But as you can see, for example, when we were running the analysis with a non-selective troll for haddock, you can see that the difference was still quite substantial between the semicircular gear and the raw copper gear. If we look at the indicators, we get a bit of the same. You can see for the catch ratio average that the data lay well below 100, and they are significantly different for most species. The same also for the catch ratio plus, so the semicircle gear is catching significantly more fish, more commercial fish, but as you also see in the catch ratio average minus, it's also catching substantially more small fish, which stresses the importance of selective gears in the trawls. So regarding the future developments, we are expecting or we are planning to carry out the semicircle gear today, or most of the semicircle gears that have been tested, they are made of high density polyethylene, and they wear down quite fast, which regarding plastic pollution is not very wise, one could say. So there are some versions, there are some producers that are just putting a coating of steel around this, some plastic elements. There are some other producers that have started producing them 100% in steel, the whole semicircle gear. The problem then is that all the advantages or all this presumably lower impact you can get by reducing the weight of the raw copper gear, it disappears, because the steel semicircle gear, it weighs just as much as the raw copper gear. And we are doing now some experiments with a sledge with our colleagues in Denmark to see what the seabed impact of the raw copper and the semicircular is, and if there really is a reduction in seabed impact. I also want to say that we are also doing some small experiments, or we're going to carry out more experiments, because this semicircle gear is quite sensitive to adjustments. We had some issues now in the autumn, for example. We were catching a lot of stones, so we had to tighten it a bit up, and things became better, but it's quite sensitive to that. So the take-home message, well, there's a new ground gear in town, and it's come to stay, we believe, because it can catch more efficient than the raw copper gear on its predecessor. As it has been said by many also, the industry has been a great catalyzer here. As soon as they found out that this was working and fishing more efficiently, then the process has gone much, much faster. So it was very fine. And then it also stresses the importance of size selectivity devices with increased efficiency. It's okay to increase efficiency of gear, but we also need to have size selectivity devices that can actually perform well and get rid of both species and sizes we don't want to get. So that stresses also that here at FTFB we are doing a very good job. So thank you for your attention, and for this very nice days in Sicily, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. We have time for a really short question that requires a short answer. No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so now this session is over, and a new session starts on innovative tools.
Yeah, and Ante will be moderating. And just a quick acknowledgement, Ante wanted me to remind everyone that there's another working group on energy as well, WGENG. So if you're interested in finding out more about that, take a look on the website.
Which is yours?
The last one.
How to show this? How to show this? It's a video. Here.
Must be like a full screen mode? No, I don't think that's gonna work. I think that it must be full screen mode, or
I think that'll work if you just scroll.
okay.
You scroll.
Okay.
Okay, now we start with Molly. The new session is innovative tools. Molly,
is this
floor is
full
yours.
screen there, that button maybe? There, okay. Thank you. So the tool I'm going to talk about is GLM-MTMB. And there, then I can click. That's nice. I'm talking about GLM-TMB, and I'm going to present it with two examples. One is a PearlNet example that Lotta's been working on for a long time, and I think you're familiar with it. Then also a data set on seal excluders in the sand eel fishery. And what these data sets have in common is that there was not any size measurements taken, and they're also unpaired. And so it's not the ideal data, but we did something with it. Okay, so yeah, this is the paper that came out a while ago. And the data we had to deal with, it's a cod fishery. And we have counts of the cods in each haul. And they're gill nets that either have the pearls or they don't have the pearls. So control would be without the pearls, that's C in red. And T is the treatment with the pearls. And there's a different number of nets in some of the gill nets. So you expect to catch more cod if you have more gill nets. And so we can fit this generalized linear mix model. You can see that the data contains some zeros. And so the negative binomial distribution is a good one for this. We include an offset of the number of nets to account for that effort. And you can use offsets for lots of types of effort scaling. And then when you make predictions, you can say how much effort you want to go into the predictions. And we also have this random effective date, because they're not paired, but we do expect that they're fishing on the same population more closely when it's the same date, and so we expect them to have a similar encounter rate with the stocks. So the results of this were that the pearls do not change the catch rate of these gill nets. And so I know that there's, it's not great to say that the lack of significance is the evidence for no effect, but in this context we had good sample sizes, and it's in the interest of conservation, and it'll make it more likely that these could be tried more in the future. Yeah. And then we also had catch kilograms per net, and this was all the catch in the net, not just the cod. And so it did not contain any zeros, and so it was fine to treat it on the log scale. So you could either have treat it as log normal in either of these two ways below, you can see. And again, we found no treatment effect in the log catch weight. Okay, so then the excluder, there's some background on it that previously, IGARD et al. 2024, they did some experimental sea trials, and they had good data in that. There were length measurements and species, and they carefully measured their samples. And they found that the excluder reduced the bycatch percentages of haddock, mackerel, and gray gurnard. So we had this in the background, and then we got data from when it was implemented in the real sand eel fishery out in the real world. And things get more complicated in the real world, and they didn't collect the data quite as carefully on the non-target catch. But of course they collected careful data on the seals, because that was the point of doing this study out in the real world. So there's the sand eels escaping. Yeah, I should say the excluder, the point of it is that the large fish and the large seals can get out while only the sand eels get trapped. Okay, so they had interviews with the people on board, and we found that the excluder was used non-randomly, of course, and I'll get to more details of that later. And I thought, when I first got the data set, I thought I had total catch per species, including the non-target catch, But then it turned out that the non-target catches were raised data, and there was no way to recover the raw numbers. So I was looking at these non-target catches, and if I had the raw numbers from the samples, I would have fit it with a Tweety distribution because there's zeros in there, and the Tweety distribution is good for total weights including zeros because it's when you sum up a Poisson number of gamma distributed weights. And so for biomass data of any sort, this is often a good choice. So here in this example, I'm saying that herring bycatch depends on whether or not you're using the excluder, and it varies by month and year, and then you can have an offset of the target catch, the sand eel fishery. And so you can get non-target catch per unit target catch, and that's useful for scaling up, you know, do more effort, you get more of your target catch, but you also get more bycatch. So I wanted to do this one, and I tried, and I had interesting results. I could tell that there was something wrong because the residuals of the model and the random effects were just ridiculous. But what you would have had is bycatch per unit catch without the excluder, and then the proportion change with the excluder. And you can use that as a multiplier when you're making your forecasts. And in my department, we do a lot of forecasting, and so that's important to us. Okay, so only the non-target versus target data was available as a proportion. And so I modeled that with a hurdle beta distribution. And it's hurdle because it includes all these zeros. You can see in the histogram below, the raised data includes a ton of zeros. And so I modeled this binomial hurdle part where I'm saying if the bycatch is greater than 0, it might depend on whether or not the excluder was used, and it depends on the vessel and the sand eel area and the year. And that's random. Like, I don't have time to explain the details of that exactly, but it's assuming that some vessels might behave differently. In some years, there's just going to be higher bycatch, and in some sand eel areas, there's higher bycatch. So we can account for that using random effects. And so it showed that the excluder is used when the herring are present. And again, these are, well, this agrees with the interviews. So these are the results of the binomial models for all the species. I just showed you the herring one, but then it's also, I did it for all these species on the x-axis here. And you can look at the change in log odds with the excluder. And a positive change means there's more herring, more mackerel, and more whiting caught when the excluder was used. And that's because it was used non-randomly. In the real world, they put on the excluder when they saw that the catch was getting dirtier. In general, it's a very clean fishery, like there's not a lot of non-target catch. And so when they saw it was getting mixed up with all the other species, then they put on the excluder. And so that's why this is not the pattern you would expect. It's the cause and effect is reversed. Yeah. And I think that this is going to happen a lot more often in the future when we're getting these big data sets from fully documented fisheries. And yeah, so we have to be careful when we're interpreting the data from non-random experiments. Like, the real world is not as clean as an experiment. Okay, so then the point of the study was to model the CO bycatch. And so we had the spatial position of every haul, and we used that in the model as this random effect EXP of position, and that models the spatial random field of where bycatch is more likely to occur. And again, we're looking at the number of seals and how it depends on the excluder. And I modeled that with a generalized Poisson distribution because I thought it might be either underdispersed or overdispersed relative to the Poisson distribution. And this distribution can handle that. And it turned out that it was overdispersed relative to the Poisson, and this is nice and flexible, so it did that. And I have predictions for you. So these are spatial locations, and we found that the excluder reduced the seal bycatch rates in the hotspots. So on the left, there's the map without the excluder, and you can see there's that hotspot down in the lower left. And then with the excluder, there's no hotspot. Like, it's reducing the bycatch rate, which is what we hoped would happen. Yeah, and so my department's very interested in these sort of spatial analyses going forward because there's just a lot of spatial variation out there, and by accounting for it, we can get better forecasts of what's going to actually happen in the future. And we'll get more and more of that data with the fully documented fisheries, which is awesome. Yeah, so some concluding remarks is that, well, new developments with GLIM-TMB. We have, for a couple years now, penalized splines have been available on CRAN, and I was asked to explain what penalized splines are. So, standard basic splines, well, a spline is a smooth function that goes through your points, and a basic spline, you have to tell it how flexible it's allowed to be. If you let it be too flexible, it'll go through every single point. But a penalized spline reduces its own flexibility automatically using random effects, and so it's much more convenient, and that method has been tested well by lots of people on CRAN, in the community. Yeah, the R network. So then also, I think that permutation tests and hierarchical bootstrapping would be easy to do because there are packages on CRAN that do that. And so if someone wanted to investigate that, I think it's quite possible. Just last month, we got a new feature on the CRAN version of GLIM-TMB, which is this bias-corrected predictions of estimated total annual bycatch. Like, if you want to scale up to make these big predictions at the whole annual scale, like sum over space and sum over the months, you add it all up and aggregate it into just one number per year, then you need to use this bias correction method, and it's briefly described in this paper, but it's very useful for these cases. And, so then a little more perspective. This is a joke about me because I think of most things in terms of GLMMs, and that's because of my training. So my tool is the GLMMs, and I say, this guy, his tool is the quills. And so I do think of most problems in terms of GLMMs or something simpler than them, or maybe moving to state space models, but the basic tool I'm thinking about all the time is GLMMs. And I'm glad that I'm able to do that. Yeah, I did this paper during my PhD, and now PhD students all over the world are learning this, and I think that's awesome. So they're empowered to do their own analyses, and this paper has been cited 9,000 times, which is fantastic. And I've been able to teach it in Thailand and Japan and Norway, and the methods are in constant development. So this paper came out in 2017, and it's been cited 10,000 times, and there's people, all over the world, again, they're learning the methods. It's awesome. They're going to be able to do their analyses, and we're very happy about that. Oh, and we're always implementing new features, like you can do one-step add residuals to remove the correlation in your residuals, and lots of things like that. So, where'd my last slide go? Oh well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one quick question. Yeah.
Hi, Molly. Thank you very much for the presentation. I wonder if the Holder model is fully implemented, the GLM and TMB, the two-stage. If you can just model the binary part and the truncated Poisson or count data
I think you can
simultaneously.
Yeah, I think you can.
Because I remember there was a function called hurdle. I don't know which package. You could do simultaneously. I saw you were just modeling truncated part,
Yeah,
and I wondered
did
if
it
you could just
separately. For this one, I did it separately, yeah, because there's no benefit to doing it all in one. When the beta distribution can't include zeros, and so by modeling both parts together, you don't, as far as I can think of, maybe the random effects, but.
And a second question, shortly, this penalized spline. I think it's probably similar to the one implemented by Colin Minto in this is same implementation or similar implementation using as random effect.
The spline?
Yes, the spline. You say that you have a new implementation of the spline.
Yeah, it's based on MGCV Simon Wood's package. I haven't looked at Coilin's.
He used it as random effect as well. For the penalty. Okay, thank you very much.
Russell Miller also
said the one question.
gets it from
Spanish
MGCV.
people also, out of control.
Hello everyone, my name is Enes Kostak and I'm working at Arctic University of Norway and we got a study on the size selection and hydrodynamic performance of commercial zooplankton trolls and I'm going to try to bit pass faster in the first points, but I want to focus on the selectivity perspective in here today with you. First of all, I briefly want to explain why, what and how of this topic. As you know, the aquaculture industry is searching for alternative bioresources that are both sustainable and rich in high-quality nutrients, with an estimated biomass of nearly 300 million tons at the Norwegian Sea. This Calanus species, small copepod creatures, are quite becoming popular this recent years. And yes, and this species can be quite small. As you can see, it's not very usual sizes. It's 2 to 3 millimeters with high lipid content. They're overwintering in October to April and harvested more spring the summer times. And right now in Norway, the allowable catch of it it's nearly 300,000 tons. But over past 5 years, it's only harvested 5,000 tons, which is quite low with the total allowable catch. And this low catch rate is due to the several challenges in its experimental and commercial fisheries. And we try to address some of these challenges in 3 publications this recent years that we got first in filtration efficiency and then trade-offs between the catch performance and drag and catch, and finally on size selectivity of the Calanus species. First, we conducted this flume tank experiments. We got here, as you can see, 2 groups, one with different mesh sizes and the other with varying taper angles. And gear drag was tested in the flume tanks in Hirtshals, Denmark. And to measure the nets, we used a scaled microscope camera and to measure the pixel area. And also we measured the twine thickness and the bar length of the mesh. And that studies showed that the 750 micron net with 5 degrees is the lowest drag coefficient and the highest with the filtration efficiency. But yeah, we need to also test it with real life environment with how it's catching. Of course, those nets are like
models, because the real size nets can be quite large of this columns, but to up to 200 square meters of size. So it's that's why we used this model plankton nets in the studies. So you can see here the twine diameter predicted towards the mesh size, and it's racialized, and you can see the drag ratio is with the outspots of the bars, and for the taper angle, it's the lower taper angle shows the better performance. But to investigate this, we conducted 2 research cruises in Norwegian Sea with our research vessel Almerensen in 2022 and 2023 in 2 different areas and up the Lofoten area of the Norwegian Sea. And those are the nets that used in the experiments. This nets framed 2 to 2 metal frames, and in the 2023 we combined them. And the predictive models were developed to quantify the effect, and the trade-off design guides created compared with the film tank experiment results and sea results, catch results of the nets. As you can see there, it's 500 net got the focus there with the catch trade-off, catch drag trade-off through the analysis, and but however, further investigations were necessary to scientifically link this effect to size selection process between the nets. So then we collected those samples from each net mesh size this at the study 2025 with the same nets that used in the previous study. And as you can see, the catch ratio lies here. You can see 250 and 500, and then there's a decline in the catch towards the 1000 net. But it needed to be shown systematically that if it's because of the size selectivity or not. But to do that, we need to measure first those columns, and that's the first biggest problem, that because they're not measurable with those methods that we usually try, and we can measure it with microscope cameras, but it takes a lot of time, and it's time consuming to measure it. So we needed a method to do that. Then we decided to scan those columns into Petri dish, a large Petri dish with high resolution scanner, and 97 scanned images. We got approximately 5 minutes per image. It's taking time, but it's better than measuring them one by one, I think. So then to overcome how to measure a problem, we collaborated with the University of Wollongong in Australia to develop this Calanus measurement and detection system, shortened as CDMS, and it's utilized a yellow object detection model for accurate identification and side measurement of the Calanus. Measurement based on the prosome length of those species, and it's to summarize how the system works. It's you just calibrate the images, and you need to do it one time because the rest of the images are the same preferences. So then you input the image into this tool, and it just analyzes it with the algorithm that trained at approximately 45 seconds process, and then you can download the results as image, both measured with circle, and then you can get also the text file of it with each ID'd on each column's ID'd and measured. Then you can analyze it. As a result, we measured more than 218,000 columns in total, and you can imagine that if I wanted to do that manually, I would still be in the laboratory doing that till this day. So we then scanned those samples. You can see here is there are scaled images there between 4 nets, 4 different microns. And here are some images showing non-colonist species not detected during the process at other different copepod species and fish larvae, eggs, and gelatinous like hydrozoas and some sea angels that so the copepods and other larvae. Also, the system, as you can see at the corner, at the E and some at the G, they're not detected. The system not detected the damaged or like highly damaged colonies species in the samples. Then the findings indicate that the larger mesh size consistently result in higher quantile. And as you can see at the plots here, there's a shift towards the larger size, and you can see the population distribution of detected of the species, and it is revealed that trend in a catch share rates and the size selectivity between codants. And the modeled catch share rates between 3 test codants and control codant aligned well with also with the fit statistics seen in the table. Those are also published at recently this year. And you can see the clear size selection pattern there in the nets between. But the lost results can be seen here at as the loss in the catch and catch efficiency. So when it's compared with as baseline the 250 microns, 500 loses the 1 millimeter group there, and 750 starts to lose. But as you can see, the largest mesh size is nearly catching nothing. So if you don't want to catch anything, you can use it. So we are planning to do some maybe future research related with this, with using the same tool with taper angle, and see how if there is any selection or how it's pretending with the taper angle samples, and also future tools can be detected to the oil content in this plankton species, which is the other important aspect why we're doing it and why it's valuable. So, yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have time for one question again. Okay. Thank you, Costa.
Thanks.
Which one? This one?
Hi everyone. My name is Sterre Bult. I'm a PhD candidate at the Delft University of Technology, and I'm happy to present to you today my work on utilizing computational fluid dynamics to optimize water jet stimulation in flatfish trawling. So yesterday, Hendrik and Pika already gave you an introduction to our problem. I will go over it quickly now again. So in beam trawling targeting sol and place, they're using tickler chains to stimulate the flatfish, chase them out of the bed into the net. This is very efficient, but has high environmental disturbance, high fuel consumption, so they were looking for an alternative, which they found in electrical pulse, but as you know, it got banned by the European Union. So we're again looking for an alternative. Well, Pika also showed you that they already tried a lot of alternatives. So how to approach finding an alternative that actually works. So instead of trial and error, as was done by the fishermen, we're taking a more fundamental scientific approach, where Hendrik focuses on the fish behavior. You already showed some nice results yesterday. And I'm focusing on the technology. And in the end, we want to integrate that knowledge into an operational gear design. So, but I'm focusing on the technology. I still have to choose a stimulus. So we can choose light, sound, mechanical, hydraulic. And we chose to go for the water jet stimulus. But this was also tried and it wasn't effective yet. So why did we choose to go for it anyway? Well, one of the things was that the fishermen, they chose jet parameters, just went to sea and tried it. However, these jet parameters may not have been as effective as they would have liked. That is also what I want to show in some of my results. And the most important benefit of water jets is that we have full control, especially if we combine it with detection of the flatfish, which is being developed at Wageningen University. Then we can detect the flatfish in the seabed, turn on the water jets, catch the fish, and turn them off, which potentially significantly reduces the swept area. So we want to have an improved understanding of the water jets and the effect they have on the bed. So we want to know the penetration depth and the actual sediment disturbance they have. And we're also doing those experiments in the lab. However, that's very labor-intensive work. And if we have slightly different jet parameters, we may not precisely know what is the precise penetration depth. And so it might not be feasible to fully optimize that based on sediment disturbance experiments alone. So we decided to take a step back, have a simpler approach where we looked at an impinging water jet. And that we can actually quite easily model with computational fluid dynamics. We still had to validate this model by doing experiments, but with this validated model, we can link that to the penetration depth and optimize the water jet stimulus in the end. So we conducted flow field experiments, and by flow field I mean velocity fields and pressure fields at the bed. So we conducted these experiments in a 200-meter long flume tank at Delft University. And on the top right, you can see a schematic overview of our setup. We used particle image velocimetry, which uses a laser to illuminate particles. And if you compare images and the displacement of these particles, you can actually get the velocity of those particles. Besides that, we also had the jets were impinging on a plate, and we had pressure sensors mounted into this plate to also measure the pressure. And we tested a range of jet parameters, such as a jet velocity up to almost 9 meters per second, and a translational velocity of up to 2 meters per second. I also developed the computational fluid dynamics model, but I won't bother you with all the details on that. I'm happy to talk to you about it afterwards. But for now, I will just compare the results. So on the left, you can see the particle image velocimetry results, on the right, the CFD results. Both for a jet velocity of almost 9 meters per second and a translational velocity of 1 meter per second. So on the top, you see the jet exit in the dark red, and it's impinging at the bottom of the figure, so on the bed. You already see there's quite a large difference between the two results, because the PIV jet doesn't reach the bed as much as the CFD results. And this was one of the limitations of the PIV, because when it's a very powerful laser, so it reflects a lot on the surface if it's present, and we had that in the form of a table. So it was not only illuminating the particles we wanted, it was also illuminating particles that were scattering a lot. So we do not really register the proper velocities. However, if we compare the streamlines, that matches quite well. However, based on the velocity profiles alone, we couldn't really decide whether the model was good enough for what we wanted. So we also compared the pressure. And in these figures on the y-axis, you see the pressure coefficient. So the pressure for a specific case divided by the maximum pressure that we can see for the chosen jet velocity. So a stationary jet will have a much higher pressure than if it's translated, because then the jet is deflected. And I've shown here the pressure coefficient for the jet angle, translation versus jet velocity ratio, and distance to the bed versus the jet diameter ratio. And these results actually matched quite well. So that we were really happy with that. So now we can use the model for the optimization later. Well, for example, for the jet angle, a vertical nozzle, so a jet angle of 90 degrees, has the highest pressure measured at the bed. And if it's either forward or backward deflected, the pressure decreases. And this pressure decrease also happens if we increase the translation velocity or the distance to the bed. And if we compare that to what the fishermen were actually using, they were using a jet angle that was not equal to 90 degrees. They were using quite a high translational velocity. And relatively, compared to the jet diameter, which was really small, quite a large distance to the bed. So based on these figures, we can conclude that the impact of what they were using might not have been efficient to actually stimulate flatfish in the seabed. So moving on to the sediment disturbance experiments, which I'm now conducting in our lab. We're using a setup. So on the right figure, you see a box of sand, and we have a glass panel on one side of it. And we have a half nozzle running alongside that glass panel. And this setup allows us to actually look into the sand bed from the side. So we have a high-speed camera. We're recording what's happening inside of the bed, and from that we can also determine the maximum penetration depth. Besides that, we're also using ultrasonic velocity profiler transducers to see if we can record the maximum penetration depth. We're recording pressure development with pressure sensors buried at different depths. And we're using optical sensors to not only get the maximum penetration depth, but also the erosion profile. So I'm still busy doing these experiments, but these are some first results. So on the left, you see, it might be difficult to see, but the erosion depth, which is defined as the fully eroded layer, is quite limited. However, if we're looking into the disturbance of the sediment layer, that is much larger. And we were not really expecting that. We were expecting that the eroded layer would be approximately similar to the disturbed layer. But apparently for these for the high speeds at which these water jets are translating and the high pressure, we observe this behavior. And sometimes it can be very difficult to see the exact penetration depth. So on the right figure you see we can also use the PIV algorithm on these images. And then we see movement inside of the layer. And if we do not observe at some point in the layer, we do not observe any movements anymore. So from that we can deduce the maximum penetration depth. Well, after we've conducted these erosion experiments, and if we know how the flatfish responds to this penetration, which we want to do in the coming months, we can link this to the computational fluid dynamics model. So from the model we can get a large array of parameters, velocity, pressure, even bed shear stress, and we want to link that to the erosion depth to get a predictive model for erosion, and hopefully also for behavior of the flatfish. Well, to quickly summarize, we have a need for an alternative for the tickler chain trolling. We've decided to go for water jets because we really can control that stimulus. We've seen that jet angle translation versus jet velocity ratio and distance to the bed versus jet diameter ratio significantly influenced the bed impact. And seeing that what the fishermen used was not really maybe not really effective, that also gives us confidence that we might actually be able to optimize the water jets. And from the first observations from erosion, if we link that to the jet impact, hopefully next step is to develop a predictive model for this. Thank you.
Time for one question.
In your CFD, I'm Nurul from DTU Aqua. In your CFD model, what type of solver that you use, and did you do different type of solver during the CFD?
So we used the simple foam solver, which is a steady state. We might go into a more transient type of solver like pimple foam, but for now we wanted to see the average behavior of the jet. Yeah. Okay.
The last presentation before lunch. What is your presentation?
Yeah, the top one.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Louise Crickding. I'm from Plant and Food in New Zealand, in sunny Nelson. Working with precision seafood harvesting, I was going to present some work that we've been doing on sort of designing whether we can use the FLOMO unit to actually trawl for the crustacean Metanophrys challengerii, and it actually is quite a it's probably an apt name for the species as well. And this is the New Zealand scampi, so it's different from the nephrops in, around the Northern Ireland and UK and Scotland. It's a slightly bigger species actually. So this work obviously is not just myself, there's a whole team of us. So you probably are familiar with the name Susie Black and Damien Moran, who also have actually been developing the gear for a long time. Martin de Beer is from Precision Seafood Harvesting, and then people in, that I'm also closely working with is Glenn and C2. So just thought I'd give you a bit of a background to, or an introduction to the scampi industry in New Zealand. So the scampi is actually widely distributed around New Zealand. It basically can be found in around the whole entire coastline and also down near the Auckland Islands. The scampi fishery was only developed in the late 1980s, and at the moment we have 11 management zones, and these are predominantly between 300 and 500 metres depth. So it's quite a deep fishery as well, and very soft sediment environment. The scampi size is typically between 13 and 20 centimetres, and there is actually currently no minimum legal size, but the fisheries that we're working with, they tend to want to not get the very small the scampi, so they're pretty much targeting more the larger size scampi. They're primarily, the actual fishing vessel fleet is they're quite small vessels considering the kind of conditions we're actually going out into. So they're between 20 and 40 metres. They use a light bottom twin trawl system, and they're towing at about 2.8 knots, so 1.5 metres a second, with small mesh size of around 55 millimetres. Obviously, with this bycatch, just like we've heard many a time, it's the major issue. Out of the actual catches, you have 27% of the catches generally the scampi, and up to 73% is actually bycatch. So they're trying to really look at how we can reduce that in New Zealand, and obviously, there's a lot of other species that goes with it, and it depends on which area that you're fishing in as well, and obviously the season. So we have up to 450 species have been identified over the years, and the two group fisheries that I was involved with at the moment, their main bycatch was javelin fish, and I'll call them probably the jabs, the rat tails, which are the rats, and then we've got sea perch as well, and hoki, which is generally it's got a quota that goes with it. So I believe, because this is my first time, so I'm glad for the opportunity to actually come here and speak to you all, but I thought we'd just, hang on, is that video not going to play? No. Oh, is that what it, yeah. No. That's a real shame. I don't know if my videos are going to play then. So basically what I wanted to show was this is the FLOMO unit. It used to be called the modular harvesting system, and it was designed all about the welfare of the fish. And this was actually a small-scale model of the snapper model that has been used in the inshore fisheries. Oh, there you go. Not going to work, is it? Yeah. No, not going to work. So it's basically, it was all about the designing of the welfare of the fish. So obviously what it is it's the cod end, the cod end piece of the trawl gear, and basically the flow comes in at the speed that you're towing, but as the water flows through the cod end, it slows down, and then you have a lift bag at the end of the section, and that's where the fish can just happily swim at a very low flow environment. So depending on the actual length and the number of holes, obviously you can change the slot sizes and diameter, etc. So the key benefits were selectivity, survivability of the species as well, the quality of the catch, and the sustainability of it. So the objectives of this study, when we were trying to design for the scampi, can we actually use a FLOMO for the scampi industry? And obviously looking at size selectivity for the scampi itself, so they didn't want, the industry actually told us they don't want the really small ones, so they gave us an option, the size that they don't want to keep. And obviously the bycatch reduction, can we get rid of some of the main bycatch that's clogging up their nets? Factors considered, obviously the size of the scampi, but also the scampi behaviour, and as we've already know that, in the literature, apparently they're inanimate objects that just roll along the seabed and into your net and then out to into the cod end. And that's actually not what we're really observing. So But we're also looking at the bycatch behaviour of the other species in the cod end, in the FLOMO unit, looking at the size and species composition. So we've been out on 2 voyages so far, and Area 1, which was, I'm going to say, nice and benign actually. It was in the Bay of Plenty. It's quite, compared to the Auckland Islands, that was quite a relaxing trip. The Auckland Islands is Area 6, and their good fishing days were like 3.5 to 4 metres sort of swell. So we're in quite dynamic environments. The duration of tows, we've been, because it was trialling the gear for the first time, so when, you know, the very first time we're putting it down to 400 metres, and we were worried about, you know, the sedimentation, the amount of mud. Is it going to catch mud? Is it going to, you know, what's it going to do? So we did little sort of baby steps, as you like. We sort of started off with, okay, a 10-minute trawl down there, just in case, you know, you never know. And then we ramped it up, and then we were getting up to 7-hour tows when we were quite confident that it's actually all going well. So we had at least 15 tows of 4 hours or more, and it was just depending on all these tows. We were changing sort of configurations of things on the FLOMO unit. And obviously these were depths down from 350 metres to 500 metres. And I'm picking that this isn't going to run either. If there's anybody that's interested, oh no, we are. So just thought to show that this is the lift bag section, so it's like a big plastic bag at the end of the cod end. And basically this was a smaller tow, but it's just to show you that the scampi was sitting quite comfortably in the back of the lift bag. This was when we were actually coming up after a tow. So we have a camera sitting there, it's in the dark during the tow, but as soon as the gear comes up, this camera switches on with the lights, and then we can actually observe what's going on in the behaviour. And we can shift the camera all throughout the FLOMO gear to get an understanding about, you know, what are the behaviour of the fish and the scampi themselves. So you can see comfortably they're just sitting there, and then they're happy. The flow rate, we're still towing at 2.8 metres, no, 1.5 metres a second, or 2.8 knots. So we are still travelling at the same knot, you know, speed and when it's coming up. So, but the scampi are just sitting there in the back of the lift bag. So the fishing results, most trials, because this is in design stage, and I must have say we're having one end is just a conventional cod end, and the other side is the FLOMO unit. So we actually are still catching a bit less scampi in the FLOMO unit. And I just explained, so we've got the catch, the grade 1s and 2s are there as the greatest or the largest size. We have grade 3s, 4 and 5. So they grade them in New Zealand into their what they call luggies. So they just get them off the conveyor belt, and they're being graded at that stage, and then they get packed and frozen. There's also tails, so that's anything that's broken, and then obviously I've got here, it's a bycatch species, but the focus is on the grade 1s and 2s, 3s, 4s and 5s in this particular, but we do have, it depends on the tow, so there's tow 9, tow 10, we had 4 hours duration for each of those, but you can sort of see there's a bit of a difference, and no two catches is the same. So there was, what we were seeing though consistently is that throughout all the tows that we were doing, we were managing to reduce the grade 5. So they're the smallest ones, and anything smaller than that. So there was consistently, even though we were getting a little bit less catch from the conventional gear, the grade 5s were always, you know, a lot less. I say most trials because there were actually some trials that we were actually getting very similar biomass measurements. So it wasn't, it's not, and it depended on our configuration, because we were trying to, I think somebody else pointed out, you're trying to like get your maximum and minimum changes, you know, you want to see changes, so we made some really drastic things to see what was going on. The other important part was obviously SPE, which is the sea perch, and this particular, this was up in the Area 1, so this is up the Bay of Plenty. They had the little sea perch, they really wanted to minimise and get rid of them. So we were actually able to show that depending on our configuration that we were using, we could really drastically remove the SPE catch. Javelin fish and the rat tails, they were also really reduced, they came from Area 6, so they were really reduced, and I just thought I'd show you the actual, is that going to work? Oh yeah. I just sort of show you sort of the difference between the two when they come up on board. So we've got the flow-mo unit at the top and we've got the conventional gear at the bottom. And you can see quite clearly that, you know, there's a lot more fish and bycatch coming up with the conventional cod end compared to the flow-mo. So the flow-mo is just, in this actual hopper actually had water in it, so the animals are going straight into seawater when they come in, and then they go up this little conveyor belt and then they get processed on they call it a Christmas conveyor belt system. So you can see flow-mo at the top there was hardly any bycatch. They had really small, minimal amount of these rats and jabs, and yet down in the conventional still was a lot of bycatch there. So it was quite astounding, and it made me feel like I'm doing real science again and actually being able to contribute and actually, you know, providing something good. You know, we could actually do something good here. Not all catches were like that because, as I said, some of the configurations we trialled were, you know, a hit and miss, but, you know, that's the way it's going. Another really key part was we're on really that muddy bottom. They're getting dragged for 7 hours in these muddy conditions. The flow-mo catch was always coming up a lot cleaner, so that meant that the conventional cod end, when you see on the right-hand side there, they have to tumble wash them. So they get into these tumble washers, and it depends on how dirty they are. And that can actually create, you know, that's also damage to the scampi themselves. So that was clear for every single tow. We always had a really clean catch, which was what the fishermen really liked. So also reduced bycatch and clean fish, that it took their time to process the catch a lot quicker. One other thing that was also important was, because this is brand new for this particular fisheries, the flow-mo unit, trying to use it, how was it going to go? We talked with the crew. I mean, some of them came up to me afterwards, and they were like, well, during the trip, because you spend quite a lot of time with them, and they were like, oh no, I poo-pooed the whole system. I didn't think it was going to work. So we got them to familiarise themselves to start with operation, the shooting, the hauling of it, and managing on deck, because these are small boats that they're using. So the comments from, like, we sat down after with the crews for the 2 trips, and it's like, well, what did you like? You know, what was it? And they liked that the pros were the hauling and shooting. They actually worked well. They didn't have a problem with it. They liked the release mechanism on the cod end that we've got. It releases water quickly. Now, that was one of their key worries, was that it was going to come up as a bag of water, and how were they going to control that, especially when you're in 3.5 to 5 metre swell kind of seas, you know, and you've got this bag swinging around. So that was a real concern, but it released real quickly. And also one of the skippers, both of them, or the skippers that we were with, they said it actually towed easier. And that's because the flow-mo unit, we had pressure sensors on it, and it actually flies a bit higher than the conventional. So that's probably why it's also cleaner. It's not getting dragged in the mud for the whole entire 7 hours. There is a con though, it is slightly more bulky on the deck than the conventional gear, but that was sort of minimal to them. They didn't have too much of a problem with it. So just sort of to summarise, the development of this gear is ongoing. We've only sort of, you can appreciate it's hard to get out on these boats and when we're starting, especially weather conditions and that. But it's looking really promising. So we were getting some good catches, and we were showing that it was nice and clean, and we had very little mud collected, which was a real benefit to them as well. What we did see with all the video footage was that these scampies are actually quite dynamic in the system as well when they come in. They don't just curl up in a ball and roll along. They come in and you can see them pinging around. And then the bag dewaters very quickly, which was another thing. However, this was just one, the FOMO unit was on one side and we had the traditional cod end on the other. What we're now wanting to do, and actually we didn't manage to do it in our last trip because the actual warp line snapped, so we spent 2 days looking for the gear. So we've now going to want to trial the 2 FOMO units, because we think that actually they'll sit probably better on the ground together when they're working. because we noticed that whenever, when we started looking at the headline and the ground line, if we tightened up the headline, the ground line obviously sits more at the bottom, and then we were catching sort of more similar quantities to the conventional gear. So there's all these tweaks in that can go on, but yeah, we're going to trial the 2 FLOMO units next and go from there. So that's from me. If there are any questions, happy to help.
One question. One question? Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I come with my own. Nice presentation. Maybe I missed it, but when you were comparing the 2 catches, were those a side-by-side comparison? Was it in similar grounds and populations, or was that?
Oh yeah, so those were just 2 different tows, so they were exactly the same trawl. So you had just the conventional and the FLOMO unit. So yeah, they were all side by side. That was just like a snapshot of just one tow. What's the biomass for each grade?
I have one question. Have you made an economic evaluation of the catch because of higher quality? So I don't know if this affected the economy.
It's still early days, and I will let you get that question to Martin De Beer, who's the manager of PSH. So that's what they're looking into. So yeah, we're still trying to design the gear.
Noëlle? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So we're a bit behind, but we're going to let you go to lunch. Simrad has a presentation that they wanted to share, so if you already have lunch plans, feel free to go. But if you'd like to stick around and watch Simrad's presentation, they're going to show that for a few minutes at the beginning of the lunch break. And then if you are leaving, make sure you're back promptly at 2:30. Maybe try to come back a little early. We're going to really try to keep on time to make sure we don't lose, to get too far behind. But I think we'll finish roughly on time because we've done the host presentations earlier. So are you connected in? Yeah. All right, so feel free to leave if you have lunch plans, and if you want to stick around for the Simrad presentation, they'll show that.
Well, my name is Ignacio Soler. My professional qualification is fishing captain. And in this moment, I am working in Cosber, Discovery Spain, like advisor. Our activities in this moment is France, Portugal, Spain, north of Africa, and in this moment, Italy. Antonello. What is? Che problema c'è?
Fai così.
Okay. The objective of this project overall is to improve energy efficiency reduction of carbon emissions, reduction of the environmental impacts, improving selectivity and net trawl filtration, reducing trawl speed, improve catch quality, increasing the commercial value of the catches. Please. When you make the activity in deep water, sometimes we work over than 1,000 meters in depth. It's very, very important to know where is, in any moment, how is happening in the net. The current in the surface is not the same in the bottom of the sea, and sometimes there are very, very derivatives of the current. With this equipment, it's easy for us to control not only the behavior of the trawl doors, pitch, roll, the height of the bottom, what is the correct position of the net. In the depth fishery, is very important the concept of depth filtration. For it, it's very important to know what is the correct direction of the current against the gear, overall the net. In other way, you have a very overflowed, it's impossible to catch the red shrimps. Okay, thank you. With this sensor, we can to know what is the correct trawl speed inside the trawl, the inside. Because when the net is going against the current, if you don't reduce the speed, there are overflow and the shrimps going outside the net. So. Years ago, when using only 2 panels nets, the fourth is measured according to the sweat area, the spread of the wings and the trawl speed. But when you are using nowadays the 4 panels nets, it's more important the concept of the volume, because really the fourth of this net is the volume of the water filtered by the net. And in this concept is the fishing circle. It's more important to know the fishing circle and to increase it, because the trawl speed is very reduced in this deep fishery. And to compensate the speed is necessary to increase the fishing circle. And the hanging ratio. For us, after years working, is very important. Every kind of species has a determined hanging ratio for catching it. The cutting ratio of the net must go in the same direction, because for the red shrimps, the normal hanging ratio is 0.36 to 0.40. This is approximately 11 degrees. The best cutting ratio, 1 knot, 2 bars, is approximately 14 degrees. To allow us to work with the perfect angle in the combination ropes and the wings of the net. This is very important for the filtration of the net. Sí, próxima. This picture is in the activity after working trawling in deep water, approximately 400 fathoms. 400 fathoms is very... And the problem in the Mediterranean is that all trawling activity affects the amount of meiofauna and biodiversity and the different species. In the Palamos project, we could observe how the sedimentation of the mud with the meiofauna reduce the quantity of the red shrimps along the time, because it was important to reduce the impact of the troll doors against the bottom. You can see the impact of the troll bottom is because the bigger is the vessel, the weightier is the troll door. And sometimes the troll doors, the normal weight is about 800, 1,000 kilograms. Possible. In 2010, we prepared for a European project, Magu-Roski, because Magu-Roski is the name of the two vessels, and we presented the modification in the troll gear, new fibers in order to reduce the diameter of the yard, increasing the size of the meshes, taking off the doors of the bottom using the flying doors, and exclusion panels in square mesh, but not only improve the selectivity of the net, improve the filtration of the net, because the diamond mesh, when you take weight inside the coden, immediately close the meshes, is impossible, the filtration and the selectivity. And this square panels is very good. And monitoring system, because it's very important to control the pitch and roll and the height of these doors over on the bottom, because in other way, touch the bottom, it's very difficult to work them. Please. The concept of the ecosystemic gear. Flying doors improve energy efficiency and reduce substrate impacts. The exclusion panel improves selectivity, improves filtration, and the quartz quality is more important because the resin is very high price, but it's important the skin in perfect conditions and the mud no good quality. And the bridles and headlines in dilemma. Because in dilemma. Why in dilemma? Because the dilemma float, and you can to reduce the quantity of the floats. In this way, reduce the resistance of the complete gear. And from the last year, start a new modification in the net in order to reduce the resistance, increase the selectivity, but at the same time, we need to increase the catching, because in this moment, there are a quota for regimes in Spain, and only the average for every vessel is about 7,000 kilograms by year. It's necessary to reduce the quantity of the small regimes in order to catch only the bigger species, because the difference in the price is very, very high. First size, is about 120 euros kilogram, and the fifth category is only 10 euros. You can see here the comparison between the traditional door, the bottom contact, and the flying door. You see, the more important in every doors is the relationship between the coefficient. CL, lift, CD, draft. Relationship between expansion and resistance. Using the flying doors, we see the resistance reduced less than 50% of the resistance. And the objective, when you throw with traditional doors, is necessary to have a very high speed, because in other way, the weight of the oars climb the doors inside and to move the bottom, producing mud. With the flying doors, it's very easy to reduce the speed and working perfectly all the system. This is empiric formula, no? Because the drag net is this relation. A is the fishing circle, B is the length of the net without the coden, U is the speed, the troll speed, knots, and average of diameter of the jar and average of the net meshes. Okay? And the alpha is the tilt angle of the square. In two planes, it's about 3, maximum 5 degrees, but when you are using 4 panels, it's about a minimum 5 degrees in the tilt. This is traditional plane, the fishing circle, B, the longitude. And the difference with the new net, we increase the mesh size a lot, because in traditional, the wing mesh no more than 400 millimeters. Nowadays, 1,600 millimeters for shims. And in the comparison now between the two, traditional, you can see the surface covered by yard from 222 till 494. It's more than double. The average mesh from 140 to 348, it's more than the double. But the yard from 1.64 to 2.8, it's normal. You increase a lot the longitude of the mesh, you need to increase the diameter of the yard. In other words, there are no sufficient resistance of the net. Or this? No. In the actual, the net is, all the gear is trolling 2.7 knots, and the new gear only 2.4, sufficient for the filtration, and 2.4 after the current. Against the current, 1.9, maximum 2 knots. In other words, there are no sufficient filtration, and the regimes go outside in the mesh. The utility of the engine is very, very low now. Consumption, emissions, is reduced. The comparison, the traditional net and the other net. In the overall of the system is 2.9 in reduction, because the warp, the length of the warp length is the similar, no change in the longitude, and the compensation warp and compensation change is the same weight in this moment, or about 100 kilograms in weight. All the reduction is 10%. We can see the relation in spreading force. You know? Traditional, the net spread is near 35 meters. And now is 41 meters in opening, spreading in the winds. This is important because in this fishery, the troll surface is not important. Important really is the filtration, because when the regimes, this is in the camera, see the reaction of the regimes, when feel the activity of the troll doors swing to the top, and it's necessary to short the combination rocks length and to increase the height of the net. In other way, it's impossible to catch. This is the comparison. The height of the net, we increase above 43%. The doors spreading 6% and the wings 19%. We reduce the effort by swept because proceeding only 2.4 knots. The other net is 2.7. But the volume effort 27% more. Nowadays, this is madness, because these catches, This catches is about 500 kilograms. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth sizes. Only 7,000 kilograms by year. This is a madness. I need to reduce the quantity, increasing the size of the mesh. This film is 40 millimeters, increasing 50 millimeters on 55 millimeters in order to escape the small fish and to catch only the best quality. With increasing the size of the square mesh, the filtration is good and there are nothing mud in the catches. In this way, increase the quality and the price of the catches. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Go enjoy your lunch. Be back here no later than 2:30. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will just slowly begin because we're a little bit time pressured. My name is Mette, and I'm here on behalf of my team in Hirtshals DTU Aqua, Fletcher, Thiago, and Ludwig. And I'm going to present some of the work we've been doing in automatic detection of catch densities and size distribution of northern shrimp trawl fisheries. So the northern shrimp constitute an important social and economical fishery. It has a wide distribution, but for this case study, we focus on the waters between Denmark and Sweden, where we collected our data. So the shrimp are fished using bottom trawls, and as of now, current trawl operation lack real-time catch feedback, and with shrimp found to be clustered, this can entail high and fuel prices being high. Knowing their whereabouts is an important information for the fishers. So with long hauls sometimes being inefficient, this entails high fuel costs and unnecessary bycatch. So machine learning is a new revenue. You might know it from unlocking your phone with your face, or going into a parking basement where your license plate is automatically registered. That's machine learning. So it enables us to monitor catches in real time using in-trawl cameras. So using these in-trawl cameras and machine learning, we can get species detection, species ID, count, and size. So what is the aim of this study? Is it okay?
Sorry, I need to just stop putting music.
Oh, that was actually very calming. So what is it exactly that we want to do? We want to detect the shrimp coming into our trawl. So here's the shrimp. We also want to provide the count of the shrimp. And last but not least, we want to provide the size estimate of the catch items. And how do we do this? We use an in-trawl camera. This is the orange camera. It's a cable-based stereo camera, so it contains two cameras. It connects to a computer up on the bridge of the vessel, and then a screen so you can see the live feed of what is coming in your trawl. So it's based in the tunnel near the cut end of this demersal trawl, to provide a stable observation section. So the tunnel provides a background and minimizes sediment coming into the picture. This is our tunnel, Big Blue, as Ludwig and I call it. It contains this kangaroo pouch in which you can plug in the camera, and then there's a hole looking down so you can see what is happening inside of the tunnel. And how does this look? Looks like something like this. So you can see here the tunnel conforms to the geometry of the trawl. The camera is turned on from above, looking downwards. You can see it has also an inbuilt light system. So catch items are slowly coming by. And this is what the camera sees. So again, this is a stereo camera, so we have the left and the right view of the catch items. So when you have two different views of the same scene, you are able to calculate depth information of this tunnel, which is important later for size estimation. But first we need to know what is shrimp and what is not shrimp. So we train the model. This is a binary detection model. So it classifies the objects coming in as shrimp or not shrimp. The other category is other. So when we detect a shrimp, we record the full track of the object. And here I'm not talking about a trawl track, I'm talking about the track of the shrimp moving through the field of view. This information is important because it tells us when the model was sure it was a shrimp and when it was most certain that it was a shrimp. Because this is the frame where we want to extract the mask information. And what is mask information? So I got an example here of a length estimation of a shrimp. And this is just a random shrimp that I chose. All detected shrimp goes through this workflow that I'm going to show you. So the model tells us that we have a shrimp. It tells us the borders of the shrimp, so what pixels belong to this individual. Then we create a binary mask to simplify what pixels belong to this individual. To further, yes, this is not just a black image, to further describe the body of this shrimp, we do something called a skeletonization process. So we remove pixels from the mask until we only have what is 1 pixel wide. So this describes how the body of the shrimp is in the image. Yes. Then we ask our script to tell us where does this skeleton end and where does it begin. And it tells us the longest path. So this is a relatively simple skeleton, but if there was branches, legs and arms, it would also give us the longest path. Then we go back to our depth map, because we need this to calculate the distance to the shrimp, and thereby we can do a translated pixel size and get an estimate of this individual. And here we are nearly 6 centimeters long. What we more can do is that we can make the detection time, we can connect that to vessel position. So what we can do is we can make heat maps telling us where the largest catch densities of shrimps was found. And here we can see that we did hit something that looked like a cluster near the end of the trawl hall. So this is a whole line between Denmark and Sweden. So in the question of real time, and we are still in the beginning of making this fast and smart, we see that our object detection, our species identification, where we say this is a shrimp, here we can process almost 80% of the frames in real time if we are down at 25 frames per second. If we go down to 20, this is 100%. As of now, each length estimation takes 0.8 seconds. But here I've not begun optimizing. Difficulties, yes. For example, here we have occlusion. There's not much we can do in these cases. Here I think that the resolution, the amount of data, might make up for the image being occluded at certain times. Other things entail, for example, a bad angle, or here we have a shrimp with tail flexion, so the tail is tucked up under the stomach of the shrimp, and you can see that the binary mask here would not represent the full length of the shrimp. So this would be an error length estimate. Here we can do different sortings, for example, height to width sortings or tilt analyzers. Yes, there was also other difficulties, but I can't go through them all. What is next? We're training the model. We're also looking into what model architecture that works the best in performance. We're also taking further steps looking into these difficult cases with, for example, the bad angle and doing some different sortings. We're also looking to make the length estimate not like a Volvo but like a Ferrari faster. And then, of course, we're doing a thorough ground truth evaluation with our manual length estimate. But this will be a treat for the paper. So what we do is that we aim to develop this tool for fishers. It will allow them to see the catch densities where they've been fishing. They will also get the length distribution of their catch. And they will get this as fast as possible, as close to real time as possible, both to improve the information, to make more sustainable choices, both ecological and economical. Yes, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mette. Any question? Yeah, many. So we have time for 2-3 questions.
Peter Esselö, first the thing about Volvo. Did you actually say that Volvo is a slow car?
Sorry, streets.
Okay, then to my question. Do the fishers actually seem keen to using it as well?
So as of now, the camera is on the market, so you can go out and buy it. The software is still something that we're developing and want to implement. But yes, this is a tool for the fisher. So it's not as much management right now, but very fishers focused.
Are there any fishers who have actually bought it yet?
I know there's some vessels, yeah.
Interesting, thanks.
Yeah.
To be precise, she said slower than Ferrari.
Hi, Mikael from Sweden as well.
Hey, Mikael.
Super nice presentation. Could you expand a bit on the cameras, what kind of resolution you use, and how do you think this will work if there's turbid water?
Yeah, so just a little background. This was I chose one of the video snippets where you can see a bit of slip from the other vessels, or how to say, you're behind the other vessels that's also fishing. So the water is not totally clear. We used a fish trawl, or a shrimp trawl, so the mouth of the trawl was 12 meters, so the cut end is very high. It's several meters above ground, so you don't really get these sediment problems as you would do in a nephrops fishery. So we didn't really have that problem.
Petri, you don't have a question? Okay.
No.
So,
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So the last one for the innovative tool is from Maria.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria Tenningen. I work at the Institute of Marine Research in Norway, and I will present some of our work on in-trawl cameras. And we work a bit towards commercial fisheries and also survey trawls, and I'm focusing here on the survey trawls. And we're a team working on this. Yeah, and I wanted to mention these two, Adrian Rösman, he's a master student that Mike Breen and I are supervising, and he's done many of the analyses that I will show. And then it's Vanida Alken, so she's developing the machine learning algorithms. So at IMR we have an ambition to collect image data in all the survey trawl holes. And the aim is to have a system for automated species-specific abundance and length distribution. So the idea is to collect image data in the trawl in front of the codden, and then do real-time data processing and analysis and transfer the information to the vessel, and then have a system to open and close the cod, and or the signal can go directly from the camera system to the open-close cod system also. Yeah, and some of you have probably heard of the deep vision camera system, and it's been quite challenging to implement that into our surveys. But now it's actually becoming almost a routine tool in many of the acoustic trawl surveys. We have developed a data pipeline that makes the operation much smoother than it was before. So this is also, it's a stereo camera, it's taking pictures from the side. And when the camera comes on deck, then we attach an Ethernet cable, and it automatically downloads the images, does some processing, and runs it through a machine learning algorithm that identifies the species and counts. And then we have, Vanida has developed algorithms for several pelagic species and several mesopelagic species, so we can change the algorithm depending on the survey. And then the data become available in LSSS, which is the software we use to analyze acoustic data. And there you have then both the images, and you can see the trawl path, and you can see the machine learning or the machine learning model results for species and densities. And this data, this whole process takes, depending on the trawl duration, maybe from 1 or 2 hours. So it's a big help for the ones analyzing the acoustic data. But now we are working with trying to actually replace some of the on-deck sampling with measuring the fish in the trawl. Because until now we always trawl with closed cod end, but we want to move from getting all the catches on deck to doing it in the cod end and having in the camera and having the cod end open. And we have we're using the mackerel swept area survey. It's a for Northeast Atlantic mackerel assessment survey. It's provides one of the abundance indices to the assessment as a case study. And the reason for that is that you can get quite big catches on deck, so it would be a very big advantage to do the measurements with a camera. But that requires that we get very accurate counts and of species-specific counts and length distributions. And we also need a system to collect the biological sample, because we need a small sample to take the age and other biological samples that you can't do with a camera. So we collected data in the summer, last summer, and this map shows the coverage of this survey. It's a big international survey with several countries, and it's based on standardized surface hauls, half an hour. And Norway uses 2 fishing vessels and covers the Norwegian coast and up to the north, the blue line. These are the stations where we collected image data. We didn't use this deep vision because it's quite big and difficult to use on board the fishing vessels. We have tried it, but it's very, very hard. So instead we rented this Moon Technology stereo camera that we placed a few meters ahead of the cod end. And then we have Vanida has trained a tracking algorithm, and it detects very well the fish. And here are the results from the tracking. So on the x-axis, it's the number of fish counted on deck, and y-axis is the stereo camera based over the tracking results. And we had one catch there that was quite large. The red stippled line is the 1-to-1 line. So with that big catch, we're quite close to the one-to-one line, but if we remove that, then we get a better fit with the points and then also overestimate the deck-based counts. But here we have quite few points, and the frame rate was 6 frames per second, so it's quite low, so that could affect. Yeah, and then we also, this is Adrian's results. He measured the fish length, and for each haul he plotted the fish length against the minutes trawled. And this information is important because if we're going to take the biological sample, we need to make sure that it's representative of the catch. And we think that there could be something with that the big mackerel maybe are better swimmers and manage to stay in the start of the trawl longer, and we might then see that the length distribution is larger towards the end of the haul. Here we don't have very much data, and it doesn't look like there is much trend, but I think it's difficult to say yet. Yeah, then we also, or Adrian looked at the densities. This is from the machine learning algorithm. So it's fish density again with trawled duration. And it's quite logical. It looks like there is first quite low densities, and then you get more fish, and then either it stays at high density or reduces. So the plans for the rest of the year, and probably next year, is that we will collect more data this summer. We will increase the frame rate and collect data from all the stations from one of the vessels. We will improve the tracking algorithm and also started to develop algorithms for length measurements. And then we are also in collaboration with the FishNext Research and Craig Rose and Kongsberg Discovery, we will adapt the Axel system to our Harstad sampling trawl. And this we will test in a cruise in November. So this is a system they have developed, and it uses the Simrad FX80 system and their camera, and then it's connected to this selection mechanism that opens and closes the cod. Yeah, so I think. And then before I finish, I just want to make an announcement that we are hiring a trawl researcher, both with these projects but many other projects. So if someone is interested, then please let me know. And, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Any question? Yeah.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I was just wondering, in the trawl, because these are to produce catch estimates, how do you account for those fish that may exit the net through escape gaps, for example, or aren't you interested in that?
Escape gaps?
Like if your net has a bigger mesh, for example, some of those fish may actually exit, so your catch estimates may actually not be representative.
Well, I think that the trawl is, so they trawl with 5 knots, and I think it's designed so that you shouldn't lose any catch. It's, yeah.
Thank you so much, Maria. Super cool presentation. I was wondering if I understood correctly the second part of the results you showed, that's with a flexible system without the deep vision box, right? How does the identification performs between, well, deep vision versus this flexible setup?
Well, we haven't made a direct comparison, but it actually works better. The camera system on the one we used is not great. It's a cheap camera system, but the advantage is that we don't have that we don't get so high densities, because the deep vision is really, really high resolution images, but it limits, it's a very small space where the organisms or fish go through. So we get really problems with mackerel and herring because the densities are so high. So with this system, the recall with the machine learning was really, really good. But we could struggle a bit with mackerel and herring, so we're actually considering maybe, I could discuss it with you, maybe putting a background to get, but it worked well with, yeah.
Okay, Maija, thanks for the update. I remember maybe it was 25 years ago then deep vision development started, and it was really revolutionary those days. But I remember that the idea was that the commercial big trawling companies would actually start using it to control, to see what they're catching and to make decisions during the tow. But is it so that now it's pretty much survey tools, that it's not, or are there in the future maybe something that commercial fishery can utilize?
Yeah, there is also on the commercial fisheries. So we have a project with Scantrol Deep Vision where they, in the mackerel commercial trawling, that they are now developing their camera system to measure mackerel length and abundance. And so it is coming, but it's just...
Is it going to be smaller?
Yes, it's like half a meter, and so this box works very, very nicely on our research vessels, and it's very nice for like mesopelagic species, small organisms. You get very good pictures.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
We close the session with Maria. I take the opportunity to encourage you to join the WGENG, that is the working group on innovative fishing gear that started this year. So it's in the ICES web pages. And I take the chairs for honored me to chair this session.
Thank you, Anto. Next, we're going to transition into human dimensions, which Fabio is going to moderate for us. And you're giving the first presentation as well. We'll time you.
This is the new section, Human Dimension. The first presentation is from Fabio Falsone.
Okay, thank you, Fabio. And in this presentation, I'm going to introduce you our work titled Towards Sustainable Fisheries, a Decision Framework for Managing New Fisheries. So I will start my presentation with this question, that is, what are the implications of a new and unregulated fisheries? And to answer to this, I illustrate this slide a case studies that we published in the Frontiers Marine Science, where basically case studies on the Lepidopterus cadautus in the central Mediterranean Sea. Basically, in the early 1990s, fishers from Sharka started to exploit the species by using a newly developed semi-pelagic trawl net, locally known as Spatolara, and the main difference between this new gear and the traditional trawl net is related to its higher vertical opening, that ranging from 5 to 8 meters, and basically this gear took advantage from the midwater behavior of the species, and this basically increment the catches of the species. This is quite evident from the pictures that are reported here, where the dot-dashed black line represents the trend of landing of Spatolara, and as we can see, starting from 2004, we registered a very incredible increase of the landing, with a peak in 2011 of about more than 1,500 landing zones, while the continuous black line represents the total landing that include all gear that are able to catch the species, such as long line and the trolling net and purseine. While instead Reddit reported the trend of the fishing effort also of Spatulara, and as we can see, we registered a very rapid increase of the fishing effort. Unfortunately, we don't have data before 2004 to understand what's happened at the start when the fishers started to use this new fishing gear. Consequently, as I reported on the right, there is the trend of the biomass index. As we can see, we recorded a decrease of the biomass of the species into the sea, and more specifically, we registered a lower peak in the last time of the time series compared to the first part of the time series. So, as we stated in our study, basically we can state that a regulated fishing pressure plus technological innovation usually led to the collapse of the fishery sector, and of course also to overexploitation of the species. So, learning from this experience, I recognize the lack of practical tools in literature. We had the idea. The idea is developing a decision tree framework to support managers when dealing with new or unregulated fisheries. So I understand that the details of our tools are, we cannot read the details of our tools in this picture, but I would point the attention on how it works. Basically, this is a step-by-step approach where most of the answers are simple yes or no. So can be used by everyone because it's very simple. Only at a certain point, our tools ask more detailed information, but it's important to understand well the situation and to address the right measure to overcome the issue that can be arising from the adoption of a new fishing gear. This is represent the core of our tools. That again, it's a step-by-step approach that can be summarized following these points that I reported in this slide. So starting from the monitoring landing trends to detect the sudden increase of the landing that can indicate a new fishing activity or new fishing gear or change in fishing effort. Then we have the investigating of a time series of stock abundance. It's very important to evaluate if this increase could be due to natural fluctuation of the stock or other change that not involve a new fishing gear. I would stress that these tools can work also without the biomass index, but of course, if you have this data, we can define the situation more precisely. So the first step is carried out a frame survey to verify the new practice and collect data on vessel gears. We can do this with two different approaches, with a lake approach, so basically by through interviews or through field visit in the harbor. Then it's important to implement early management measure following the precautionary approach. So basically, to avoid the overexploitation of the species, we can decide, for example, in some occasion to stop the fishery with the new gear, performing continuous assessment in order to adapt the management measures according to the state of the stock, aggregating on predetermined management action, and finally, if needed, establish an hoc multi-annual management plan that integrates the object and the measure currently. So in the next slide, I applied our tools to our case studies in order to assess its potential. And starting from the first question, I'll try to walk you through the exercise step by step. So starting from the first question, that is, are you aware that the fish are using new fishing gear? I will stress that at the time we are not know the presence of the fishing gear, so the question so the answer to the first question is no. So moving on the next question, our tools ask if total landing of the target species added increase, and looking at the picture that I presented before, Basically, we register a big increase of the landing, so the answer is yes. Then the tools ask if this peak occurs in the past, and we don't register any peaks before, so the answer was no. Moving on to the other question, basically our tools ask if by analyzing the trend in fishing effort across all gears, it is reasonable to assume the fishing pattern has changed over the time. So, as I stated before, unfortunately our trend of fishing effort started in 2004, but probably we can assume a variation of fishing effort. So the answer to this question is yes. So after that, our tools ask if the reason behind this change in fishing effort are no. And at the time, the reason behind the change in fishing effort for us were a no. So our tools adjust to carry out a frame survey to understand what's happened to the fisheries. In our case, we discovered the presence of the spatolara, new fishing gear. So moving on to the next question, it asks if you know the futures of the fishing gear. Of course, having in this case the answer is yes, because in the step before we performed a frame survey, so we have the possibility to collect any information about the fishing gear. So moving on to the other question, basically our tools ask if you are able to provide an assessment of the species to understand the impact of the new fishing gear. In our case, the answer was yes, and we found an overexploited condition of the stock. So, moving on to the next one, our tools ask if there are any management measures in place. In our case of our species, the answer was no, so it suggests to define appropriate management measure and implement a precautionary approach. Precautionary approach that can be included, for example, a reduction of fishing days, so or a stop of the fisheries, catch limits, and so on. At the end of this question, basically start a loop. It's important, this loop, because in this way we are able to perform a continuous assessment. So this is allowed to us to establish an adaptive management measure that can assure the sustainability of the stock in a long term. And these include a performing continuous assessment, as I said before, to adapt management strategy and assure sustainability in long term, aggregating and predetermined management action according to the state of exploited stocks, and if it needed, establish a multi-annual management plan integrating all the objects that you want to achieve. This is the loop, sorry. So, what we can state at the end of this exercise, that probably by applying our tools, we could potentially stop the fishery in time and avoid the collapse of the fishery sector, and also assuring the long-term sustainability of this stock exploitation. Here I reported another example that we can use, where we can use our tools. This is the case of swordfish fisheries. Currently in Mediterranean there is a very high attention on the use of this new fishing gear called trapline, due to its higher efficiency in the catches of these species, according to very low data that we have, that was reported by Garibaldi et al. In its paper in 2024. Basically, this device made up of 6 to 8 concentric nylon rings of increasing diameters, typically from 30 to 70 centimeters, where at the center it's located an artificial bait, often it's an artificial squid or mackerel filled with sardine, and sometimes it's also used as a light, even if some fishers stated that this gear is also efficiently without the using of the light. So this device works by entangling the species and not hooking when it attacks the bait. It's not to be used in Italy, Spain, and Portugal due to its higher catch efficiency. So again, we repeat our exercise. using our tools. And again, the first question is if you are aware that fish are using your fishing gear. In these times, the answer is yes. So we have this big jump in our tools, moving on in the below part of the decision tree. And our tools ask if you know the features of the fishing gear. In this case, the answer is yes. So it asks if you could provide an assessment of the impact of the fishing gear, and this time the answer is no. So according to the precautionary approach, our tools ask to consider the stock as overexploited and gather additional data that allow you to assess the species in the future. So considering the stock as overexploited, it asks if there are any management pressure in place. Again, according to this new gear, we don't have any management measures, so it suggests to define appropriate management measure. And probably in this case, the most suitable management measure is stop the fisheries, because we don't have enough data to understand the impact of this new fishing gear. So, in Italy, indeed, this gear has been temporarily banned according to official announcement, but I will stress that this decision was made without the support of any formal assessment tools. I would stress that by applying our tools, we achieve the same results, or stop the fisheries, and it's important because our tools allowed us to monitor the situation over the time, ensuring both the conservation of the stock at the sea and the economic sustainability of the fishing sector. And it's very important. So, to conclude my presentation, I would like to thank you to this meeting, because it was very fruitful, productive for us, because the idea to develop this decision tree born as a concept to be present here, and then it evolved in a scientific paper that currently is under review to marine policy paper, a journal, sorry. And thank you.
Thank you, Fabio, for staying within the time. We have time for any question.
Yeah.
No, it's work. Ah.
No. So you haven't heard any of my previous comments. This was a scam. Yeah, you don't want me to talk. Yeah. Hey, I was just interested, is this your available somewhere, this model, which, for instance, I could use? Or is it just a theory or publication, or is the program available on the web or somewhere?
Okay, it's born as a theoretical concept. Indeed, in the future, it's on. Okay. Our idea born as theoretical concept. We need to develop some case studies in order to understand if this works well in some specific case. It seems that according to the case study that I present in the case of Lepidopus cadautus, so silver scarberfish, and in the swordfish fisheries, it's quite good to obtain some important results. But we need to also explore other situations, because of course our tools is improvable. So probably in future we have the opportunity to improve our tools in order to accommodate also other contexts that at this time we don't consider.
I could give you a case study.
Okay, of course. I'm happy to try our tools in order to understand if it works also for your study.
There are other questions? Thank you, Fabio. We go to the next presentation.
Have I just ruined? Is it? Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Samantha Stott. I work at CFAS, and I'll be presenting to you today how England is tackling discards, particularly looking at policies to promote them. So just a quick reference, discards, I'm referring to animals that are caught as part of the fishing process and that are thrown back dead or alive into the sea. We know there's many reasons for discards, but just to give you some examples, there's a regulatory such as quota restrictions, minimum landing size, and we've also got economic factors such as low market value. Discards can represent a large part of the catch, and in some cases up to 60%, and this is particularly acute for fisheries such as nephrops. But actually there's also an unknown part of the risk. It's when we actually don't know the scale of discarding, and where there is a risk that the fishing mortality is actually not accounted for, and in stock assessment, which would in fact impact the catch advice and then fisheries management. So what's been done? So in 2015, there was what's called the landing obligation. So just to make it simple, prior to 2015, the quantity of fish was only limited by what was landed and did not account for any of the discards. From 2015 onwards to 2019, there was a phasing-in approach where the landing obligation, also referred to as a discard ban, was introduced, which essentially converted your landings into a catch quota, including the unwanted catch. And the main aim for this was to internalise the cost of unwanted fish, and you essentially would deduct your full catch from your quotas. It's important to note that all catches needed to be landed, apart from if there were exemptions. However, the effectiveness of the landing obligation has often been seen as a failure. Quotas were adjusted in some cases by over 50% to actually account for those discard estimates. However, without at-sea monitoring, discard patterns didn't necessarily change. At CFAS, we did a study on English vessels, and we actually found that by comparing the discard patterns previously to the landing obligation and post-landing obligation, there was no change of discard patterns, which means that the landing obligation wasn't producing that incentive to reduce the unwanted fish. And there's also another concept, it's that although ICES advice produces an estimate for catch and includes unwanted catch, we actually only manage landings in the UK. So although in the whole diagram there we've got estimates of discards, and it's also negotiated using catch estimates, actually we only look at uptake and we only look at landings. This introduces a risk that actually when you account for discards, we're actually exceeding our tax shares. So what is being done in England? We know that the use of more selective fishing gears is an effective tool. We know that. However, as Mike Paul and others in the room have shown, the actual uptake of those selective designs remains very low. And at least in England, the focus has shifted towards trying to motivate fishers to take up and develop existing solutions. And for this, I'll just be going through just 4 of the key policy areas that are all trying to reduce discard. First of all, electronic monitoring. So for those who don't know, it's a combination of cameras and sensors on vessels, which aims to essentially look at a whole basis, look at the catch, so the length, and what's retained and discarded. In England, we expect to expand this to English waters into 5 key priority fisheries. So just to give you an example, we have started in 2024 installing electronic monitoring as a voluntary basis on pelagic fisheries.
for vessels over 24 metres. That will then extend into demersal seines in the southern North Sea, and then we'll be going on to different fleets. After that period of early adopters, this will become mandatory in those 5 key priority fisheries. And this also applies to non-UK vessels in UK waters. We know that the EU are also proposing policies on electronic monitoring in Scotland as well. And the aim really in these electronic monitoring is to have the full catch at whole level and deduct again from the full quota the actual unwanted part and the wanted part. And this should generate an economic incentive to avoid the unwanted fish. However, as I've been mentioning, this phasing in approach will take at least 5 years, then there has to be the mandatory part of it, and then it has to be expanded to all the fisheries. So this could take 10 years more, maybe I'll be retired, who knows. So what are we doing in the meantime? And this is what's been called as catch accounting. So I did mention that actually through the process that when you're accounting for discards, there is a risk of the catches exceeding the UK tax share. And do we have any evidence of this? So we looked at our UK observer programs, we generated discard rates for each TAC, and then we applied those to the landings. And we compared those catch estimates then to the quota that we had. And we found that for 43 TACs, 47% of them actually exceeded the quota in at least 1 year when you account for the discards. Just highlights there is potentially a problem here. So DEFRA then decided, which is our policy maker, that we should do a trial on English fishing vessels where we would apply an observed discard level to the landings directly. So for every fishing event that the fisherman would go out, he'd register that in the logbook and we'd apply an automatic discard rate. The discard rate would be based on the gear group, so an octotrawler with a mesh size of 120 would have a different discard rate to a netter. And this would be based on previously observed discard levels. Essentially, this is trying to push the whole fleet to reducing its discard, and it's applying a polluters pro principle where it's rewarding the fleets that have low discards because they would have more of the catch to be able to use against their quota. And this is going to be potentially be implemented in 2026 for English fleets, but this is following a period of engagement, which we're doing currently. Okay. A third system that's being used is a bit more of a positive one, less the stick, more of a carrot, is giving a quota to the English fleet. So here, the under 10, so the non-sectors and over 10-metre vessels, so sector vessels, can apply for a share of quota. And these are, at the moment, for 5 stocks. So we've got North Sea cod, North Sea herring, North Sea safe, Western mackerel, and skates and rays. And fishermen would apply to the DEFRA or the MMO, and we would then have a panel which would review the applications. The aim here is to secure quota, you have to do something that's environmentally sustainable and has clear economic and social benefits. And in those applications, we've noticed there's a clear focus on more selective gear. The industry has actually really liked this approach, and we've actually awarded all of the quota that was available, and we expect to continue this into different quotas and into different fisheries. And finally, before I bore you with my policies, discard reduction scheme is a new thing that's actually being launched. This is very much a stakeholder-led approach. So essentially, our policy teams are aiming to go around the UK, or England, sorry, and we'll set up steering groups. The first one that's been done, it's for the Nephrops fishery in the North Sea. And the aim of this group really is just to provide a way of policymakers to sit in a room, scientists and fishing industry, and to talk about all the problems that they may have in terms of why they can't reduce unwanted catch, what are the barriers, and what would help you to get and take up more selective gear. And finally, the final aim of this group is that they would be able to then recommend gears that could potentially be included in legislation. And we will also be developing a framework so that the fishermen can actually bypass the dispensation process to be able to try and innovate more easily. And that was just a quick whistle-stop tours of the different schemes that are being implemented or developed in England. I'd be very interested to hear what other nations are doing to avoid us failing, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. There are any questions?
Hi, it's Annie from Germany. I would like to know if they want to use this electronic system on boards. Who's paying for this?
So at the moment, it's DEFRA that's paying for it. At the moment, it's just a voluntary uptake, so there is voluntary uptake in those fisheries. Then it will become mandatory. So there is resistance depending on the fishery you go to. But for example, we started with in 2024 with the pelagic fleet. Their discards are assumed to be negligible, so they are more willing to have cameras on board. But it will be more challenging when you get to the fisheries such as nephrops, for example, which is one of the key priority fisheries, for sure.
Well, thank you.
Just following on from that point about the costs, Queensland Fisheries are doing a cost-benefit analysis on exactly the same thing with rolling out cameras on our trawl fleet. And there's a few ideas being floated. One which I think has some merit is, you know, each vessel having a camera for a certain amount of time, and that way you're not spending heaps of money on these cameras. You know, everyone's got it at some point, but it changes between the fleet.
Yeah. No, that would be definitely interesting. I think it's because they're trying to get... There's different kind of pathways at the moment where we're trying to account, like I say, the full catch to get to an idea of it's a fully documented fishery. And we don't have to estimate discards. We'll know what the discards are. But yes, I agree with you. There may be challenges in terms of costs if we put it on every fleet in England. It's going to be quite expensive. Because I think cameras at the moment, between installation and maintenance costs are 15 grand. So yeah, it's quite a large budget.
I just have a quick question. These cameras, are they supposed to estimate the discarding on vessels
So,
in any conditions?
So yes, so at the moment the fishermen have to show the fish to the camera.
Okay.
It measures the length, and then it goes one side if it's going to be retained and the other side if it's going to be discarded.
So fishermen have to measure the length?
They don't have to, they have to put it in front of the camera.
They have to put fish, all fish or...
Not all of fish. At the moment we just do 10% of, we aim to use 10% of the...
But when it's bad weather, rainy or night, or how are they going to deal with bad weather, which usually is in English waters?
Yes, that is true. I think the aim is not to always be monitoring catch. It's just the videos will be rolling, and then within that we take a 10% sample and then we measure them to get an indication of discards and what's been retained and the length of those. But it's not aimed at we're spying on them all the time, if that makes sense.
We have the time for a last question.
Great talk, Samantha. Moritz Eichert from Harriet Watt. Is there any plan to make the ping rates of the VMS uniform across all fleets?
That is a technical question which I wouldn't know. But I can definitely find out for you and let you know.
Yeah, because it's a relatively low-hanging technical fruit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This one? This one, yeah.
Is it in the presentation?
The modality presentation does not work. Okay.
Okay. Does it go forward? Yeah, cool. Thank you. Hi everyone. Well done for making it to the last session and sticking around, not doing a wigger. I'll introduce my collaborators, my colleague Mel Underwood and myself from NIWA, soon to change our name. I think that's what it's going to be from now on, NZIS. And also Tiff Bock and Tamar Wells from Seafood New Zealand. And I've just added Steve Ayres and Tony Craig because they belatedly supplied some data for this project. So I'm talking to you today about a survey of inshore trawlers in New Zealand. Can't see anything on that screen, right. So like everywhere else, we've heard a little bit about it this week. The New Zealand fishing industry is under a bit of scrutiny. Don't know if that's going to play. What happens if I click it? About the negative impacts of commercial fishing. This is something that was released by Seafood New Zealand just last week and sort of in response to the Oceans movie release to sort of try and create a different narrative around negative connotations of bottom contact. They chose their video very selectively, but yeah, you can have some empathy with what they're trying to do. So as part of that strategy, they decided they wanted to do a survey of their inshore fleet to try and collect some data to enable them to at least maintain or just get social license, provide advice and support innovation activities. There's currently quite minimal documentation collected on trawl gear in New Zealand through our fishery reporting process. Essentially it's just trawl width and height, although now we've got electronic reporting. We do also now pick up cod end mesh size and bycatch mitigation devices like the one Mel was talking about yesterday. There was a kind of a detailed interview style baseline survey carried out in 2007. That's managed to get around 150 vessels. At the time they thought the fleet was around 200. Don't have a number for right now. I'm still waiting for Seafood New Zealand to figure that out, but that was basically the last time a really thorough review was undertaken to try and collect data. NIWA did try and do a pilot study in 2014 of a small area to hope that it would then lead to a bit more funding. That was in 2014. My daughter is now 10, and we finally got a project underway to do an interview process. No, that's not going to... make it go. No. Might go on to my next slide now. Will it go now? When it's finished? No, it just wants to do another video. Help! No. Oh, there you go. Right, we're in business. So the budget was a bit limited for the survey, so we weren't able to fly around New Zealand talking to all the skippers. We had to do it as an online questionnaire approach, which is less than perfect. We started with the 84 questions from the 2007 survey, whittled that down to slightly less, as you can see, depending on whether it was a trawler or a Danish seine. And we tried to make as many questions kind of tick box or multi-choice to speed things up, but there were some options to put in descriptions covering a whole range of aspects that you can see up there. And we included a bit of a section on asking skippers what their motivation was for changing their gear and how effective they thought that was. The survey was launched last year in June at the industry conference. There was a cash incentive, 10 $200 prize cards. Didn't quite result in the flood of applications that we hoped for, but for those 21 fishers that did fill in the form before the deadline, they had a pretty good odds of getting a wee prize. There was then a bit of a hiatus when Seafood New Zealand were a bit busy with other things before we kind of took the next step, and there was a bit of an emphasis on phoning round skippers and trying to chivvy up a few more entries. So we got another 25 entries that way. And latterly, we've also been able to acquire some of the information that Steve and his colleague Tony Craig collected on a separate survey that was done for one particular company, Moana, New Zealand. So 55 entries in total, 48 trawls, mostly trawl, a few Danish seine, spread across all the different ports of both the North and South Islands. And there's a range of target species there. I'm not going to go into great detail because it's obviously quite a short talk, but you can see the sort of a variety of shapes and sizes and some really weird looking things like the elephant fish down the bottom there. In terms of the motivation for any changes that they're making to the gear, 85% of fishers, they ticked multiple boxes and said they made changes to improve selectivity and reduce unwanted bycatch, and also, obviously, to improve their catching efficiency of target species. Over 70% clicked that they were motivated to try and improve fuel efficiency. It's another fairly obvious one. And over 50% were motivated to try and make changes to reduce their bottom contact, their impacts on the seabed. In terms of how effective they perceived their changes to be, they were pretty confident about improving selectivity and reducing bycatch, improving catch efficiency, slightly less confident about whether they were making changes in terms of the contact with seabed. So 43% believe that they were moderately effective, that's the green bar, and 13% believe that their changes were very effective in reducing seabed effects. Trawl doors, almost all reported they were using steel doors. That might sound obvious, but when they did the last survey, almost a quarter of vessels were using wooden doors. We still had one fisher who said he was using a wooden door, a couple that even made their own doors, one out of fiberglass. Not everyone provided the manufacturer or the type of door they were using, but in amongst the ones that did, there were some fairly modern, fuel-efficient, some high aspect ratio door designs. And I'm not going to pronounce the makes, because I'll get it wrong. And a range of door sizes there, mostly less than half a ton weight, but a few outliers. We have a couple of bigger vessels in the North Island that are using bigger doors, bigger heavyweight doors. No one reported. We did ask a specific question if anyone was fishing with their doors off the bottom, and none of the responses that we got said that they were, even though some were using semi-pelagic door designs. In terms of the sweeping gear, combined sweep and bridle lengths of the vessels ranged from 50 to 320 metres. You can see there, again, split by the North and South Island, because that kind of splits out different species, but fairly similar. In terms of the materials that they were using, over half of the vessels reported they were using wire or wire rope, but almost 40% had shifted to lighter materials. Like Maletta has become very popular. That's supposed to be much lighter, and apparently one of the skippers wrote that he was the second person in the world to use Dyneema sweeps. So we have his word for that. I'm not sure if that's true, but he's pretty proud of himself. So 84% of the fishers still described their sweeps as being on the bottom, some as hard down, others used different terminology like gently, lightly skimming and just touching. And 16% of skippers actually reported that they thought their sweeps were partially off the bottom, and they've been, by using discs spaced out along the sweeps or sections of light mooring rope to lift their sweeps off the bottom. So that was quite impressive. In terms of the ground gear descriptions, some more numbers for you. There's a bit of a switch around in terms of 2007, about 70% of the vessels categorised their ground gear as a sort of a rope and chain configuration, whereas now it's sort of switched around to using more rubber type ground gear, no real kind of bobbin or bit large rock hopper configurations. You can see the size of the discs, about 40 to 100 mil. There was one vessel that did use some larger discs to a bit like one of those options there, the rubber leg foot rope one with small discs. And the weights, not everyone gave weights in water, but that sort of consensus that the ground gear with rubber cookies being a bit lighter in water might have lightened up the weight compared to previously. Jumping now to the cod end, because I've got no idea how much time I've got left. Got the time management skills of a carrot. So this is the cod end. 95% of trawl nets, of the responses that we had, were using larger or more open meshes than what they needed to, the minimum diamond mesh. And I just have to point out that you've got these fisheries management areas, so in the FMA 1 and 9 in the north, it's a larger minimum size, 125 mil. Everywhere else for the south is 100 mil for most of the inshore species. So I think those are the numbers. So they were there was only one vessel reported using the 100 mil diamond, and everyone else had either started to use T90 or T45 square mesh, or increase their mesh size up to 5 inch, in some cases up to 6 inch, 2 minutes, okay. And then you can see it's now referred to, I think, as stabilised mesh in Bent Herman verse. We've got one skipper here who's gone to the extreme level, and I have presented this at previous ones. He's got his rigid cage cod end with his 100 by 50 mil apertures. There's a couple of skippers using Flomo, and there was one vessel that reported a box cod end, which was a frame with mesh stretched open over it. So they're all increasing their mesh sizes, so no wonder they feel very strong, confident about improving their selectivity. So that's my summary. Fair enough, the online approach probably wasn't ideal, and our sort of 50-odd vessels, we'd love to have better representation of the fleet, and it might be that only the more motivated and innovative skippers were filling in, but we've still got some really good data here. I think Seafood New Zealand are really happy with it and what they can do with it, and hopefully they might even allow us to, the results might increase some uptake. So I'll just quickly say thank you for your attention, and thank you to the skippers who took their time, and it was anything from 10 minutes to well over an hour to fill out these forms. One last thing, my first FTFB in 2001, there was only 4 females in the group. It went down even further in 2004 when I was the sole girl at FTFB. So I'm really chuffed to see better representation of women in this meeting. And please contact, if childcare issue is a barrier to attending Australia next year, see Mel, because she's going to do a really good job of trying to make that something that wouldn't limit you from coming to the meeting. So thanks for your time.
We have time just for one question.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. What do you think is the main driver for this success?
Sorry, the main driver?
The main driver, because the fishermen have on their own time, like there is no incentives from the government. So what do you think is the main driver for this change in behavior to a more selective fishery?
My feeling is that they do feel under pressure and under scrutiny. I go to quite a lot of the Federation meetings, and that's a constant thing that they feel they're really got at. And they genuinely want to improve selectivity. They don't want to catch undersized fish. So yeah, it's a strong motivation, and I forgot to, that you saw the line, all of this was done voluntarily in their own time, their own cost, their own risk. But yeah, social pressure is a big part of it, I think, but also trying to avoid certain species and undersized fish. And we have electronic monitoring coming in to New Zealand on a lot of inshore boats, so that's probably another strong motivator to clean things up a bit.
Thank you. You get?
Yes.
So, hello, nice to see that some people are still awake here. And I'm Anni from Germany, from the Thun Institute, and I work on the applied research in the North Sea beam trawl fishery, and today I would like to share with you one of my projects. And it's mostly about how we support fishermen in the beam trawl fishery and how simple ideas from that can lead to, or maybe, to a more sustainable fishery. So first of all, we are talking about the brown shrimp, so Krangon, very tasty, you should try it. And if I'm talking about Germany, I mean here the North Sea, and for especially the German bait directly connected to Germany itself. So at the moment, we have about 200 fishing vessels operating in the North Sea. It's a very long tradition with over 100 years of ongoing. And, but as we also heard before in many other fisheries, we also have here a lot of challenges. It's more than fuel consumption, bycatch and habitat impact. We have also economic pressure, and also the fleet is very old, so a lot of fishermen dealing with very old vessels and sometimes having problems to follow the current times. So what are we doing and how are we deal with these challenges? And as we heard from Sarah today, we had some mystical fishing pots, and the mystical fishing pots from the fishermen works the best. And this is also our idea. We should ask the experts. So in some talks with fishermen, we recognize they have a lot of ideas how we can make the fishery more sustainable and how we can improve the vessels or the fishing technique. So this is why I want today to present to you the innovation program of shrimp fishery in Germany. So the program itself is very simple. The fisherman has an idea. We want to do some samples with them, having results, and at the end, an evaluation. And so I would like to show you how this is going to working. First of all, a fisherman with the idea. I recognize mostly 3 topics with the ideas. It's about energy consumption, interaction, for example, with the habitat or the seafloor, or with the selectivity. And most of the ideas then are connected to somehow of the vessel, like using a new bycatch reduction device, or improve some of the netting, like bigger or larger meshes, equip some of the ground ropes or head ropes, or making a different beam trawl. After the idea, we go to the sampling. So the nice thing about the beam trawls is that we always can work with 2 nets at the same time. So we are using 1 net on one side as the control and the other side with the modification as our test net. We are also can use different types of loggers depending on the ideas. So we can use depth loggers or tension measurements. And also we take some of the catch. So we measure the bycatch, we measure the amount of shrimp the fisherman is catching. So we can make some nice statistics. As you can see here, these are some examples. I'm sorry that it's in German, but I will show you a little bit more later. So at the end, what we want to see is the fisherman has an idea and what happens with this. So we do some kinds, like on the left side, on the downside, length distribution of shrimps. For example, if we are trying a new bycatch reduction device, we do not want to lose the big marketable shrimp sizes. So what we are checking is, do we lose them? And also, do we lose complete types of catches? So are we losing a big amount of catches? Are we raising the bycatch, for example? So these are some stuff that we use in the result part. And at the end, it brings us to the evaluation. As you saw before at Tommy's presentation, we're also doing some kind of fact sheet. So at first we are doing a big report, but we heard also on the first day of the conference, not many people are interested in reading 300 pages of report. So we also did these fact sheets with 1 page of results. So it's very easy to understand for the fishermen, so they can see on one view, does it work or does it not work, and do they want to use it? And also, we try to communicate it to the fishermen as well, so we're doing some workshops where we are presenting our results, get in communication and in touch with the fishermen themselves to see their opinion and how they are feeling with this project itself. So this is the simple version of this project. We have done 17 small ideas so far, and it's still going on till end of the year. So I'm quite surprised what will happen next. But what I want also to say is that we want to have always nice results. So we want to have a more sustainable fishery. We want to see really results coming from science, but I think that we need to connect the science with the fishery for getting these results. But sometimes it's a little bit heavy to getting these results with the fishery, because in some parts we first need to trigger the motivation and convince the fisher to do really more. And at the end we should see that results, it's not only about the statistics itself, it's a lot about motivation and collaboration with the fishermen and a lot of work, and also, as we already heard, sometimes a lot of failures. But I want to present you today a very short story, one of the projects we did. It's the tail buoy, and if you remember Daniel's talk sitting here in front about the dolly ropes, we have the problems with the beam trawl fishery that is touching the ground. We have irritation with the seabed and want to prevent damage to the seafloor, but we're also dealing with a lot of these challenges. So what happens to the catch efficiency if we're putting a float on top of the codend? So the advantage should be that the codend is lifted and no touching the seafloor anymore. But does it reach the bycatch? Does we lose catch of marketable shrimp? And how is the handling for the fishermen? So what you can see here, we put some logger at the 1 and the 2, so we can measure the height difference between 2 loggers to see if the codend is raises with the float at the first attempt. What you can see, it's also a German picture, but we have the dark line is the test net, and the lighter gray line is the control net, and what you can see, with the float attached on the codend, we have about a distance of 3 meters raising the codend from the ground, or more or less from the distance of the head rope. So this is a quite nice result. The buoy works as it should, but now we have the thing, what about the catch efficiency, the bycatch, and the handling? As you can see here, it's a very simple figure. We have on the y-axis the catch in liter per hour, and on the x-axis the whole number, and on the right the average. And as you can see, this is for the marketable shrimp, so after sieving process, this is all about the shrimp that should be marked by the fishermen, and we have nearly no differences in the amount of the catch, which is very nice. And also for the bycatch, the same figure, you can see we have no raise in the bycatch, which is also very nice. So at the end, it's all about facing some challenges with this fisherman. So we need sometimes convincing them to apply in this project and convince them to do a little bit of more scientific technology to get to these results we want. But with applying promises results to the fleet, I think we can reach a lot of results we want to have and make the complete fleet from the North Sea shrimp fishery a little bit more innovative. And I think with that, changes also becomes possible if we are all working together at one team. Thank you for listening. I was very fast.
Very, very fast.
I'm sorry.
There are questions?
Thank you for your presentation. A quick question. Was it their idea to try the buoy, or was it the scientists that wanted to use it?
So the thing with the buoy comes more or less from a last project from Drops, I think. And one that, not from the Drops project, but most of the ideas coming from the fisherman itself. So it's not that we have an idea and searching for fishermen to test it. It's more about they have an idea, what can we do? And we give them some financial support. So they have the opportunity to test some, because a lot of fishermen are a little bit afraid if they are like playing around with some innovations, they lose time on sea for catching the shrimp. So we give a little bit of finance support that they are able to test it, and in the end, when it's working, we can implement it in the complete fishery.
Thank you, Annika, for a fine presentation here. Interesting what you are doing, and good that you get rid of these dolly ropes, finally. Probably not part of your project, but when you do this, you lift the cod. Do you see a difference in the quality of the prawns you're catching or the shrimps you're catching? Are they cleaner, less sand, or...?
Difficult to say, because we want to keep it as simple as possible with the project. So these small fishery projects should be in first line to get a first view if it's working or not. And if we see it has potential, it is working, it is nice, then we can go a little bit more deeper. But for this, we made constant 20 holes per project. And then we just testing if the idea itself is working. So we didn't watch if the catch, for example, is cleaner or not. It was more about do we lose shrimp, do we lose or have an increase in bycatch. So more on the surface, and when it's working, we can go deeper.
It worked fine. Continue, please.
Thanks.
Other questions? Thank you, Annika.
Yep, thank you.
Mouse seems not to work.
Well. Thank you very much all for staying here, even for the last presentation, I hope last but not least. I would like to talk about the Baltic Sea. We heard a lot, I have to say, I'm a bit shocked. The Baltic Sea is so small. I'll show you how small it is. This is where I am. This is the Baltic Sea. It's a very small piece of water, and we talk quite a lot about the Baltic. I have to apologize for this. But I would like to give a short update on the Baltic legal gears. And we heard several times during this meeting, and now the last time, that the Baltic cod stocks, we have 2 in the Baltic, are in shit, I would say. So you see here the timeline of spawning stock biomass and of catches, and they went down from somewhere to somewhere down. And this is problematic. And this resulted in that in 2019, so when really the cod stock went down dramatically, the European Union was a bit shocked. They became a bit, they were really shocked about this, it seems to be, and they wanted to do something, and they said, okay, we have in our rules, we have a landing obligation, so you cannot throw anything away, you have to land it and count it against the quota, but now it's so urgent, we make a new rule, so you can't land cod anymore. You can catch it, but you have to throw it away. I don't know what this meant, so it didn't reduce any bycatch or any mortality of cod. It was only that the cod is not ending in the harbor. It was a bit, I don't know what, a chaotic decision. But this led to fishermen sending us pictures like this and saying, what the hell, we know the cod goes down, we have cod in our catches, there are still some cod, I have to throw them away now, I can't land them, what the fuck. Then they said this in German, of course. Then, of course, we had an immediate meeting with the fishery and said, okay, what we can do, is there any way to find a gear which can let the cod out, because they were still fishing with gears which are optimized for cod. FDFB has a history of talking about optimization of gears for the Baltic cod fishery. And they are still using these gear while they can't land them, but they are still in the catch. It was really a crazy situation. So we're sitting with the fishery this is a timeline, I hope you see it, immediately with the fishery and discussed it. Before I continue the development part, I would like to also present another piece of political pressure, so to speak. In the European Union, we have commissioners for different topics, and the commissioners are, in fact, like ministers of the European Union. And the commissioner for environment and agriculture and fishery, whatever, he sent a letter in February 2020. So half a year later, he sent a letter to all member states around the Baltic and said, Baltic cod is in a problem. I summarize it in my words. Baltic cod has a problem, and we ask you immediately to find solutions to get rid of cod in the catches, otherwise you should close the fishery. So there was some more pressure to do it. Unfortunately, they never hold what they say. So if you know this, then it's not a problem. Still, as I said, we had trawls at this time which were optimized for cod. The catch, and you heard also during this meeting, the catch in the Baltic is very simple normally. So we have some flatfish, we have some cod. And if you can't catch cod anymore, if you don't want to catch them, then you still rely on flatfish. And you can see on this upper right picture that, of course, there's a conflict when you do the normal way. You do something with the cod end meshes. Then if you want to get rid of this big cod here, then you have to make the meshes super large, and you will also lose all the flatfish. So this is, of course, the compromise and the conflict we always have, but we need to find solutions. So we thought about what are the options, and these are the obvious options. So cod end is the typical suspect, as we talk about quite much about this. Then, of course, we can do something in the trawl, the front section, the belly section, the extension. We can talk about fishing strategy. We can combine these different measures. And we were discussing things like this, and also gave feedback to the fishery management and said, okay, a trawl, the front section is maybe an option. So we, for instance, can have a topless trawl, a cutback trawl. The problem here is it is not super stable. We have tested this in the past, so the results can vary much, and it's difficult to control. This was another thing. And they have to buy a complete new gear. So this was the challenges why we said, we go another round. We were looking for trawl extensions. We had in the past investigated quite many different trawl extensions. We have presented most of them here at FDFB. And so we looked at them together with the fishery and said, which of these could help us in a way to, on the way forward? And we found this Sortex. This was meant at this time to separate cod and flatfish. This sounds good. So if you separate them, you can let one out. So we started with this. It didn't turn out well, but we changed it. So from having a second cod end for cod, we don't want to have cod in a second cod end. We try to guide them out in an escape opening. But this didn't turn out. We did some field tests just immediately after these fishery meetings, so we were very fast at this time. I'm still wondering about our speed at this time. And we started a project, we tried this, figured out, it doesn't work well, so we came together with the fishery again and thought about what else could be done. And this work is maybe mainly done by Juan and colleague Bernd at this time. And of course, we know from our video observations in the past that there is some vertical separation, as you know, between roundfish and flatfish swimming on the bottom of the trawl, roundfish somewhere in the middle. So if you can use this difference in swimming behavior, then it's fine. So we said, okay, let's put super huge meshes on top. But we also have known from the past, from Hermann, Wienbeck, all these studies, that if there is a mesh on top, even if this is a very large mesh, cod fear these meshes and is hardly going out. And we have, there's unfortunately no video, but you would see all the cod would go through, except of if you shoo them out and they stop here and think, okay, I have to look for an escape. But if you don't have these things, then meshes are more a barrier than a help. That's why we said we cut away all the meshes and make we call it roofless, an open top panel. And now in this picture we look to the vessel, the cod is behind us. We added some, we call it hut, with some buoys, so the cod are guided outward before the opening there, and then the cod leaves. It looks like this. Again, we look into the vessel, the cod is behind us. So the cod are coming from front, and you see they are quite high in this trawl due to this hut, and then they escape somehow. This is an early version where we had still floats on this opening. We removed them later on, so it's easier for cod to jump out. We also tested different modifications of this, so with these steephead lines, we call them, with different lengths of opening and so on. But finally, no, not finally, I have to say, not only we were very fast at this time, it was also the Danish colleagues who worked very fast and tried to find solution. And they also tested a different roofless cod end, similar concept, different design. And I have to say that we worked, all what comes from now, we worked very close with the Danish colleagues, especially Valentina and Jordan, to bring this into life, to think about how it could be improved, how it could be sold to the fishery management, how we can make the indicators right. The indicators right, so we can make the point clear. So, this is a schematic view of this roofless, and one of the things we have found is that if you use roofless, from all the cod coming in, 75% escape of all sizes. Then, of course, the rest goes to the cod end. And if you use the standard cod end from before, then there's, of course, also size selection happening, and this all depends on the population structure. Then at the end, from the 100 fish coming in, 10 fish end up in the catch and are caught. This is quite a good result. And we presented this to the management, but the management said, it's super, it's effective, it's cost effective, easy to control. It selects all sizes, because at this time we had still large spawning cod there, and of course we wanted to keep them so they can reproduce and grow the stock again. Unfortunately, the management said, that's not enough. It's always good to give the fishermen choices. Can you find something else which could be a choice? And then we went back, we talked a lot with each other, and said, okay, then we try some cod ends. We think about what cod end modifications could be. These were the two cod ends legal at this time, a Bacoma cod end with a square mesh panel and a T90 cod end. And we said, okay, let's modify them in a way that they are more selective for cod. And no, there's not this one. So, and we heard already in another presentation during this meeting that one option to optimize T90 meshes for roundfish is to use lastrotropes, and we did this. So we attached lastrotropes to the cod end. This is only to show how the shortening factor. And if you then apply the same tension to both nets, you will see they are much more open. It's optimal for roundfish, so they can escape. And if you then increase all the mesh size a little bit, then it works well. And you can see it, only this lastrotropes results in a very significant move of the selectivity curve to the right. And for flatfish, as this is not longer long mesh shape, but more round one, the selectivity for flat fish decreases. So in fact, what the fish want. The other option was full square mesh cordant. It was not our premium choice, so to speak, but it was available. There was a Danish investigation at this time, and so we made an investigation about this. We presented the results and said, okay, these three options you have to let cod escape. At this time, as I said, we talked a lot about how to present it, and of course, this is, as we always have, a compromise between letting some go and catching the others, and that's why we have chosen this type of plot. On the x-axis, we had the absolute catch efficiency of cod. This should be somewhere on the right side and on the left side, so we don't want to catch cod. But the flat fish, this is y-axis, should be very high. So the more you're on the right lower corner, the worse that is. On the left upper corner, the better it is. And then you can add all the different cordants we tested. We tested several, and then you can see, this is the escapement rate for cod, and this is the retention rate for flatfish, and then you pick the ones you want to have. This is the absolute one, and then you can, of course, also set it in relation to your previous gears, to your standard gear. So the Bacoma 130, for instance, this is standard gear, is set to 100%, and then you can have all the other cordants and see, okay, which are the best ones, which I can propose to the fishery management. I jump over this, I'm late. So we added 2 new cordants to this, so this T90 and square mesh cordant, as I said, simple, effective, cost-efficient, easy to control. The downside is, as we know, cordant selectivity depends on several parameters, but more important, it is length dependent, so that all the big fish are not escaping. So, this figure we have seen, so if you use the normal Bacoma, you end up with 10% of the total fish entering. If you add the new T90 cordant, only 3.7% enter it, so you reduced further 60%. And when you set it relative to the Bacoma, the standard net, then only 10% of the fish which would have been caught only with the Bacoma would have been caught when you apply these 2 selection devices here. So this was part of our selling the product, so to say. And this is the different gears. I don't go into detail. Then you can make it relative. You say these are the different options. Choose one, and so on. The combination, as I said, yes, I know. I'm almost ready. It is most effective, cost-efficient, easy to control, and super effective. There's a web page where we have some movies and some more information about the different gears. thun.de/bycatch. This we have seen, so this is a process, and then we did our work. So end of 2022, we had everything ready. We have tested roofless sufficiently, we have tested the trawls, we have written our reports, and then we handed it over to the fishery management. And then it took 4 years until implementation. 4 years until implementation. Now we have a rule since last month. These are mandatory, different gears in different parts of the Baltic. This is a longer story, but it's part of the regulation. The downside is that we lost 4 years. In these 4 years, and I checked the data from our research survey, the stock survey we conduct every spring in the Western Baltic Sea. We conduct every year 50 stations, scientific stations, and in 2020, when we started and said, okay, here's our product to reduce the bycatch of cod so we can save them, these 50 stations, they caught 5 tons of cod. So they were okay cod in this area. This year, they caught in all these 50 stations 100 kilo cod. Yeah, I didn't want to end this meeting with a negative thing, sorry. The good thing is it's now in the world, so it's implemented. I think we will hear from this again, but at least something was taken up, even too late, so we have to talk about on how we can improve the speed in the future. That's it.
Thank you. We have time for one question.
Daniel, that's a fantastic result that you have there with the exclusion of cod throughout the net. I just want to comment on the topless trawl bit. If you recall, a few years ago, Mike Pohl presented work that we did, and we had a similar issue with the stability. But that poster there shows the next iteration of the front end, and we solved the stability issue. We get rid of 50% of cod right up front. So now your 3.4% becomes less than 2%. So just to say that the front end still has merit.
I know.
And of course, the thing is, you're letting everything in and you're going, oh, now we're going to try and get rid of. So the front end still has a place to be considered, I think.
Yeah, good point. So the point was we could have also worked on the front part, as I understood. The issue was, at this time, we thought it's a timely issue. So we should bring something in spring 2020. This was when we were ready with these 3 devices, and it should be implemented now. If we would have known that we have 4 more years to do something, I think we would have done it maybe. Or maybe not. But yes, we would.
Well,
thank you very much.
Thank you. This was the last presentation of the session. Thank you for the attention and discussion. The session is closed.
One more Mentimeter, if you don't mind. We'd like a little bit of feedback as the chairs. Perhaps you noticed, I know you noticed, that the format was a little different this year. Normally, an FTFB would run Monday to Friday. In fact, I look back at the history books. The first FTFB was in 1984, but by 2000, they started out as 2-day events, 2-day events, 3-day events, 3-day events. By 2001, they were 5-day events. And so pretty much for the last 25 years, they've been 5-day events, Monday to Friday. But we decided to experiment on you, and you played along as willing guinea pigs. And here we are. We did something different. We decided to go Thursday to Tuesday. So please take out your phones. We'd like your feedback. Of course, we're not voting on what next year will look like. We already know next year will be a typical Monday to Friday. You saw the dates earlier today in Steve's presentation, but we're thinking beyond that. There's pros and cons. We want to ask you, because you lived it. You have the experiential knowledge of what it's like to go a conference from a Thursday to a Tuesday, and the pros and the cons. So please vote. Well, I shouldn't say vote. Give us your feedback. All right, so everything from I loved it, I liked it, I'm neutral, disliked it, and I hated it. One person hated it. The red one is I liked it. 20 people loved it, 28 people liked Right, the other type of feedback we were looking for, you might have noticed that we decided to break up a lot of the business. Often in other years, all of the business would be saved to the last day, but we sprinkled it through this event. The downside of putting it on the last day is that sometimes people skip it. Don't you smile at me, Steve. So I think this is my 16th FTFB, and I think I skipped out on the last day twice, but I got stuck with a label. See, you get stuck with a label. So my absence was noted. So for all time, if you skip out on the last day, it will be called pulling a winger. I can't seem to get rid of it. But Noëlle had a crafty fix. She said, let's sprinkle the business through the week and leave some interesting talks right to the very end. And look, you're all still here at the very end because you wanted to hear, well, last but not least, Daniel's presentation and all the ones this afternoon. So I'm not sure if you like the business sprinkled through the week, generally speaking. People are nodding. Well. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. All right, so just some closing bits of business. Remember, we will need a new chair in 2027. So Noëlle has just one more year, next year in Australia. And so we'll be looking to nominate and ratify a replacement for Noëlle. Hopefully you're here. Hopefully that person will come to Australia, and hopefully that person will be ratified to join in 2027 and work alongside Jon and myself. So if you feel called to do this, if this is something that might interest you, come talk to us. We'll be looking to ratify that person in Australia next year, if possible. I should also say sometimes employers need a certificate. This might seem foreign, but for some of you this is quite normal. A certificate to prove that you were here. So if you need that, Fabio is the guy to do it. You can make the request through Noëlle, or you've actually got them. All right. Were you planning to do it physically, like here today, like fill them in? It'll be digital. Okay, it'll be some kind of digital process, but you can reach out to Noëlle. If your employer needs that, and I've heard from some of you, just have a chat with Noëlle and we can make sure that we can provide the necessary proof that you were here. Posters, you'll notice there's still a few posters on the wall, so if you own a poster, please take them down and take them with you. Does everybody have SharePoint access? Raise your hand if you do not have SharePoint access. Okay. This is the ICES SharePoint access. If you go to ICES.dk, right on the ICES website, on the top, there's SharePoint login. You can log in. All of the expert groups, over 100 of them, have SharePoints. That's where you'll find all kinds of information, copies of all these presentations and posters, the agenda, that sort of thing, and all the national reports. If you don't have SharePoint access, just email the chairs. We'll probably most likely forward it to the ICES employee that does it. Her name is Marta. She's fantastic, and she will get you the necessary access. Yep. Oh, you might have to be a member. Yeah, that makes sense. That's right. Member or chair invited member? Doesn't matter. Both get it. Okay, raise your hand if you were a topic group convener or a focus session convener. Raise your hands if you were a topic group convener or a focus session. Okay, you people, you folks, we will require some text for the final report, right? You know this. So the chairs will chase you. You are responsible for producing some text. You don't want us to write it. You need to write it. You have 18 business days. We want it by June 15th so that we can compile it and get it submitted on time. And so please, if you were a convener of a topic group, this is one of the downsides. This is the sucky part of the non-glorious part. You have to do some writing on the back end to document the whole thing. For those of you that filled out the taxi paperwork, remember the paperwork that circulated yesterday? A reminder, that's not you requesting a taxi. No one has arranged a taxi for you. The purpose of that was so that you could run your finger up and down and find people with similar departure times and maybe go find them and share the cost of a taxi. So that paperwork should be on the back table, and we want you, of course, to share a taxi, get to know somebody, and share some costs. Finally, let's just give a few thanks as we wind down. Let's give a warm thank you to the 50 oral presentations. Yes, thank you to the 50 people that prepared PowerPoint presentations and came and disseminated your wonderful research. Let's also give a warm welcome to the 20 people that built and put together these beautiful posters. All right, we should also thank our host. CNR put a lot of effort, and a lot of their employees have been sprinkling around. I don't even know if Fabio's in the room here right now, but we should give a warm welcome to our host. And please, if you see them on the way out, be sure to thank them. Yeah. And finally, to our chairs. We should thank our chairs, especially Noëlle, who does most of the heavy lifting. A warm thank you to the chairs. Yeah. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, I just want to say thank you. Have a safe trip back. Continue your wonderful research. We look forward to seeing you next year in Australia. You are dismissed. You're going to want that.